Are you okay with the lights? You may want to dim them a little. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury.
Eyes?
Yes. And my fellow Americans. Who said that? $1,000. Time has just expired. Lyndon Johnson. Okay. Oh, you missed on question number one. So question number two is, who is that person?
Oh, Glenn Frey.
Wait a minute. That's because we look alike, right? Okay. Well, no, that's my brother, Glenn. And he's a member of the Eagles. And along with another man who's a member of the Eagles, Jackson Browne, they composed a song. And it was actually Jackson Browne's song. And Glenn Frey was living in an apartment 3 floors up from Jackson Browne. And Browne came up and said he was stuck on part of the song and he needed Frey to chip in and help him with it. And so he became actually part of this song. And those are the lyrics. And you may recognize it. Standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, such a fine sight to see. It's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, slowing down to take a look at me. Come on, baby, don't say maybe. I gotta know if your sweet love is gonna save me. We may lose and we may win, but we will never be here again. So up and up I'm climbing in. So taking it easy. Dun, 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 dun. And that and you will be, yeah, and you will be the first author. And by the way, the Eagles in 2018 became the all-time world leader in record and album song sales, reaching like, I don't know, it was 38 billion. I mean, some huge, that's up Michael Jackson and Rolling Stones. I mean, everybody. I mean, the icons, even the Doors. I mean, there were people up there in 2018. They picked them out, and they weren't together as long as some of those other groups, but their music was just so popular. It isn't even that they produced more music than the others. It's just that it was so popular that people just kept subscribing to it. And here we are in Winslow, Arizona. And it is such a fine sight to see. It's off Route 66. And you see the sign on the building. And what you may be able to see is it's going to give me a little pointer. Yeah. Well, you see, behind those people who are clustered in the middle there, they're taking a picture of a statue there. And I'll show it to you shortly. But as I move from this vantage point, catty corner to this, to get closer to that truck, because it did look like a flatbed Ford, I got over to here and it sure was a flatbed Ford. And when I got over there, these 2 chicks moved right in. They saw I had the camera, said, what's the deal here? Ladies, I'm trying to get a picture of this car. And he said, the one on the left, the sort of saucy looking one, she said, hey, cowboy, you new in town here, and the one on the right with she's carrying a couple of bowling balls there. Look at country boy, you you get another step closer to me, I'm gonna lasso you and the horse you rode in on and drag you out in the cactus. And so I said, okay, you can be in the picture, but just don't move. It's gonna blur everything. So I took the picture, but then I looked up in the window above them. And what do you see? Well, it was the sweet love that was going to save me. Okay. And there is the statue that was put up in commemoration of the two men who wrote the song that made this place famous. Now, Winslow is in the far north of Arizona. I live in Phoenix, which is sort of southeast central, south central. It's a bit of a drive up there, but it's well worth it. Because as I walked around the town, then I ran to these other two ladies again, and I said, geez, oh crumb, look at the smiles on their faces now. They lassoed this cute little calf over there with a little cap on his head. It looks like that guy from Miami Vice, Don Johnson. Yeah, and he's he's got this good figure. He's well built. He looks athletic, and he's got a smile on his face too. And I said, well, this has been a good day all around for everybody. Well, the reason I put the song up there is because the echoes of this song have been near and dear to me ever since I first heard it. Back when I was in kindergarten, And the words that meant the most to me are the ones that I've quoted. You'll never be here again. And they sort of resonated with me throughout my life, making me try to be a little more mindful of the here and now, the experiences and the appreciation of things and of people. And I remember when we were talking the people on the planning committee about we're going to do this reunion and about having a symposium and so forth. And I said, we may never be here again. We always say that, and we always are here anyway. I know it's a disappointment to a lot of us, but it keeps showing up. And I always think of that when reunion comes around and this song, it's always in my head. And I think the thing about our class is that unlike the other classes, so far as I know, I think maybe one class was listed in the reunion books as having a symposium, but that's the first one I've seen in all the years. But we've had one every year, and it hasn't been that big a deal in terms of, we get local press, but we don't get national, we'll check the internet later today and we'll see. But the thing is, if we're all in this room together, okay, and one of our people has taken the time to think of things and prepare them and deliver them to us and explain them, whether they're just something, the biggest fish he caught, like Jack Witness. He could talk for hours about that one fish. He got these pictures, his whole house is the same fish, He's got one on top of his car. It's like a hood ornament, and things that are meaningful to each of us, I think if we listen to them and we partake of them, they're meaningful to all of us. It's like we're suddenly also one mind together, okay? We are together because we're all focusing and thinking on the same thing. And it takes me back to when we were here in school, because we were kind of like that. We were all just moving around together, and we fragment into groups over this cadaver or that cadaver or whatever. But we had a lot of time together which we enjoyed, I thought. I remember Jack used to come in after a rough weekend, and I put the eye drops in his eyes, and they whiten up, and he'd get up on the stage, and he'd get up on the stage and he'd pull things out of a bag that he'd found at the party room and, oh, okay, who wears a 36, they pull these corkscrews and things like this, and and we had some fun with that, and nobody at the university minded if we were in the auditorium and the professor is gone, and he was out having a cigarette. He didn't know any better in those days, and I mean it's tobacco line, right? So. They were a lot of good memories, I think, and we had medical school shows. Remember those? Or Dane Anderson and Dave Wellman and Count Sabu. Who was Count Sabu anyway? Who was that person? David Savaston. Okay, yeah. And who was it that said in the play? It was a professor in a white coat. He was saying, and here. It's a lumbodorsal fascia. There. Who? Not Kenny. It was close. Who was that guy, Jack? The tall man, the white coat, white hair.
Bernie Fetter.
Not Bernie Fetter. Mm-mm. Okay, I'll tell you what. Tonight at the bar, okay. You buy me a drink and I'll give you the answer. Okay. Okay. All right. We will continue the show. All right. So with that as the introduction, since I don't have the program in front of me immediately, I'm just going to say briefly that I wanted to thank my two spouses, Jack Witness and Cliff Andrew. For most of you don't realize this because they're kind of the quiet people, but they happen to be the brains of the operation. The one behind me is a walking mainframe, okay, and the one over there is he's like a 1 block long IBM computer. I mean, and he knows more about how to do this technology than all the people in Taiwan Semiconductor put together. And I really appreciate everything they've done because it makes it happen. If they weren't doing this stuff, it wouldn't happen. I'm sort of a face person, and I try to make the jokes and so forth, and I collect the money. So I'll be at that door. Cliff, did you have something you want to say now?
I turned off the screen at people outside.
I did.
Just tell them welcome, and we're going to move on here.
Okay.
All right. Let me see if I can get this working. So, Mohammed, let's see. Share screen. There we go. Hold on just a second. Okay. So Jim was the guy who's going to keep us on time today. And I gotta say. Jim, speaking to microphone, they can't. Let's pick one of these.
Yeah, on the Zoomers. Yeah.
I'll work these microphones.
Peripatetic approach here. But I'm probably not going to give a talk because of the time, and I don't mind ceding that. Okay, so let's not fret. I don't mind. This is a good enough talk for me as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Let's have a big hand for Jimmy Frey. Now we're very happy to have Nancy Welch with us today. Let's get her show. We're only 20 minutes behind. We're good. Don't look at your schedules. We'll try to keep up. So Nancy, you just press the arrows to move. You want to say something first without the screen share?
No, that's fine. I look back and I think, how did I survive being anatomy partners of both Jim and Jack? I didn't realize what a challenge it was, but this is absolutely wonderful to be here, and it's so good to see everybody. And we have some wonderful other topics coming up. So I'm just going to sort of go by. Okay. Usually I'm pretty good at shouting, but that's my son, Oleg. Oh, let me say, I have a number of books outside. I have a whole box of others. I wrote the books to give hope. I haven't sold any because I'm not interested in selling. I give them away because the goal was to give hope from difficult situations, because I think anyone who's read the book or talked with me understands we had some difficult situations. But as you can see from my handsome, fine son, and my daughter would be here, but unfortunately she couldn't get off, we definitely have succeeded. And I really appreciate the opportunity to share some of that. So please take a book. We have another box. I want to share it. And I would tell you that this book was written with the complete.
Nancy, we want
Yeah.
you to share, and we
Come on
want
over
you to
here.
share your face and
Oh.
what you're saying in front of the microphone up at the
Okay.
stage podium.
Okay.
This way our Zoom viewers out there in
Okay.
cyberspace will be able to see you. So take one
Thank you,
microphone away
Jack.
from her. She
Yeah,
doesn't
what we're
need
doing
two,
here.
one's enough.
I've learned to just follow directions.
We got.
You know.
Not gonna have a face. Why don't you give your talk?
Okay. So I was going to say, this book was written somewhat at the request of the children, because we'd seen so many Ukrainian children where parents had relinquished parenthood because it had been so difficult. So when the book was written, I told them quite bluntly I would have to be candid so that people would know what we have gone through and how we've pulled together and where there is hope. So I read every single page to the children before I even set the manuscript in, because I wanted it to be a complete support thing. And they didn't change a thing, except their names are different in the book. But now they don't care. They're fine. They're 29. So I know you have to choose. Our eyes are a little bit different at this age. There we go. Got it. This is an epilogue of sort of our experiences, and I'm going to breeze through because the book tells the whole story, but it's very important to see the epilogue. And this was an epilogue for both the children and me, to be perfectly honest. Yes, I was trained as a pediatrician, academic pediatrician, right? But it's not the same as being mother, as every mother can attest to. And actually adopting the children was, my house is like a dorm. Like right now, I have 3 other young people in their 20s living there. I don't know how they find me, but it's like a dorm. I've never lived by myself, but so it's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. But the thought of having my own children never really quite occurred to me. And it was a calling. It came from many things that I've shared in the book that sort of reinforced that this was the right thing to do. And so I listened to the messages, and I am so very, very, very glad I did. So that's a huge message there. But this is a real live example of perhaps my naivete, or, the transition that I had to go through. Fortunately, I had many, many villages that offered me support. And one of those villages was work. I've been in public health for 46 years, absolutely love it, and have a strong connection with all of the employees. And one day I was talking with the environmental clerk, and I was telling her about all of the escapades and the antics and the challenges that I've had with the boy and the girl. I mean, how do you discuss it when you go on rounds? You're talking about the boy and the girl and all that sort of stuff. So I was going on my rounds, right? And she listened very patiently. And then at the end, she just looked at me and said, Dr. Welch, they are not the boy and the girl. They are your son and daughter, and you are their mother. Oh my God. What an epiphany that was. I absolutely couldn't say anything for a few minutes and really had to give it a great deal of thought because it was a transition. I was 53 when I adopted these children, and they were 6 and they came with a lot of challenges. And it was like discussing your clinical cases. And this was a big epiphany for me. So I want to attest to the fact that there have been many villages out there that have made this growth and wonderful transition possible. And I'll even mention, I don't know if Jeff Wilson Jeff taught Lennah, actually helped Lennah catch her first fish. Because at one point, Lennah was in residential therapy in Lynchburg for 22 months. And every week at 4:30 in the morning, I'd wake up a poor, sleepy-eyed Oleg, tuck him in the back seat, and we'd head to Lynchburg to visit. And Jeff lived over there and was kind enough to take us in and do things with Lennah. So there have been extensive villages that have helped in many ways. But this was certainly an eye-opener for me. I want to bring you with some of the lessons on the epilogue that relate to the children and me. And you will see a number of different pictures here of my children. You see Lennah's best picture with the shaving cream. Let me share with that because that does relate to a learning experience. One of the villages that helped was my church. And in fact, a number of people from the church helped. And one, in fact, actually lived with us for several months to help. And she was over one night for dinner, and we were in the kitchen cooking. This was before she moved in. And the kids were in the living room. And every so often I would hear psst, 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 and chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Well, any parent knows that's a dangerous sign, right? So I walked in, and this is pretty much what I found. Lennah had been doing art stuff with shaving cream. And Lennah and Oleg had shaving cream all over the furniture, all over the floor, all over them, everywhere. And of course, I could just feel my heat coming up, coming up, coming up. And Teresa could see it as well. And before I could even get word one out of my mouth, Teresa had grabbed a can of shaving cream and sprayed it with me. She sprayed it all over me. Right. So what was I supposed to do? I couldn't yell at her, not yell at the kids, yell at the kids. I mean, so I grabbed shaving cream and we had the best shaving cream battle ever. We went all over that house and all of us looked like that. And then at the end, we all were laughing and hugging each other and cleaning up the mess on the floor. And I'm here to tell you, shaving cream cleans up pretty easily. So from experience. So there was a lot asking for help as a pediatrician and a 53-year-old mother. I felt I knew it all. And I really learned a lot from the village to ask for help, And I discovered that, a lot of women don't ask for help when they really could ask for help. And there's no embarrassment in asking for help. So it was a real learning experience for me and a real growth to ask for help. And a lot of that help led to not only the correct, better way to respond to the shaving cream, but that picture of Oleg there and Jim Frey has brought it to our attention that we haven't sewn in all the badges for his Eagle Scout. And Oleg was able to achieve Eagle Scout because my brother stepped up as a scout leader and helped. And I had people from the church who actually became sort of like a pseudo father because I was certainly raising the kids as a single parent. And he became a scout leader to help Oleg achieve to get the Eagle Scout. So, and you'll see Lennah over to the right. where she has certainly grown and matured. And all of this help has exposed the children to actually a community, to the old-fashioned village where everybody steps in and helps. I had at one point, had lots of therapists certainly helping in this whole process. And at one point, the therapist said, I need to have safe homes for Oleg, because my daughter was very violent initially. And she, I mean, I learned to patch holes in walls and had the police at our house quite often. And she said, I needed to have a safe home where I could just tell, like, go to a safe home, go to a safe home. I went to 5 neighbors. Every single one of them said yes. Every single one of them said yes. So when it was difficult, I just say, Oleg, go to a safe, I don't know which safe home he'd be going to, but they'd let me know. And the stipulation was, when he arrived, they take him in, they care for him, they take care of him until I picked him up the next morning. And there were no issues. It was such a beautiful feeling to be able to have the community involved. So when I share their progress, it definitely is not just because of me by any means, but because I learned to ask for help and to involve the village and to listen. And let me share with you where they are now. Oleg has my children have given me permission to say this. Oleg has Asperger's, and he was going to teach math. I mean, he's a math whiz. But then he discovered tech. Oh my God. I'm thankful for that, I assure you. So he is getting certified in tech. They're both 29 now. He's getting certified in tech. His at-home office has 3 monitors, all these things, I don't even know what they're for. In fact, a room in our hotel room, he brought all this stuff with him to the hotel room. We have things sticking up here and microphones here and headphones here and 2 monitors. So, but it's so nice. I can just walk in and say, Oleg, I need your help. And then I step back and he helps. And we have become quite a team. I would tell you something else that he taught me, which is such a wonderful thing to be reminded of. He wanted to earn some money. He will never drive because he has challenges with multitasking. And he got a job as a cook at Buffalo Wild Wings, which is walking distance and nearby to where we live. Well, he was making money now. What an excitement, right? And he wanted to get an electric bike. And so I said, well, I'll go halfsies with you. So we got an electric bike. I tell you, I'd forgotten the thrill of when you get your first car. Do y'all remember that? I mean, you could get the first car and you could say, I'm going to wherever you want to go, and just hop in and go. And doggone it all, that's what he does now. And I had forgotten that exhilaration. They have reminded me about so much, so very, very much. And what's been wonderful, and this is a quote I wrote several years ago. I don't know if you can see the top. So actually, I may read it to you. Does it pull down? Okay. But this was a wonderful thing. You know how to do that? All right, that's okay. I'll read it. I cherished unveiling little by little their self-portraits, and then standing in awe as they discovered the who within themselves. I love that they are less a reflection of me and more an intriguing, bold, and exciting, unique being. I learn from them every day. May all parents enjoy that richness, even through difficult times. And that's been a wonderful thing they've taught me. And even though I went in pediatrics, you didn't really learn that in pediatrics. So this was extremely helpful. Lennah, who would have known that surviving on the streets at age 4 would be an asset? She was found on the streets at age 4, had been abused and with a group of teenage boys. She was cute though, because she could beg for money and get, for food. That was the big thing. She could beg for food and get food for everyone. Well, you know what? She can read people better than you and I can, because she had to. She had to on the streets to survive. And that has been an incredible asset. And so she's exceeded in customer service at Ferguson Plumbing, which has their corporate headquarters near us. And she has done so well that she's decided she wants to go back to school and go into psychology and be a therapist. What better person who can identify with all of these challenges and all of these struggles and can provide then the knowledge, the expertise, and the experience. You know, it's such a wonderful thing to see her grow that way. So I'm here to say thank you to all the villages that helped. And Oleg is here. You can certainly, he's very free to talk about anything afterwards in terms of talking or answer any question. He's really flexible and comfortable with who he is. So thank you guys very, very much.
Council. Yeah. You can ask questions over, just go over here. She's right here.
Can I ask questions over?
But- Nancy, come on up here so they can see you. I'm gonna.
Oh,
I think it's sad is, of course, the triumph that you've had,
Just stand
Nancy,
in front
with these
so they can see.
wonderful children, and we see the damage that can be done for
Oh.
a lifetime at such an early age. And then we see in the news every day what's happening in their country, Ukraine, and it just absolutely breaks your heart. You know, this wanton destruction of civilian life, not even militarily directed, just trying to break the spirit of this. And hearing about your daughter having to forage in the streets to survive and thing, and it's that in spades now. So every day it just crushes you, and it's so good to see that children who had and were subjected to such terrible, horrible, unfathomable things could rise and find happiness and fulfillment.
yeah, you're right. And they mentioned the names. I lived in Ukraine for 6 weeks in adopting the children because I did it privately. I lived with a non-English speaking family. So I wanted, and I would say that we picked each other. I didn't just pick the kids. We picked each other for sure. There's no doubt, and the sequence is spelled out in the book. But I know those places. I've walked those streets. I've walked on the Black Sea beach. I've been those places, and to read about all the destruction, you are so 100% right. And I can't connect with any of the people over there. I can't. Interestingly enough, Oleg in his streaming and in his online has made connection with a Ukrainian young man and keeps up with this individual. And that individual is experiencing a lot of the same things that you've mentioned, and lack of electricity and the destruction all around them. And I worry about that because certainly the children in the orphanage experienced a lot of devastation. That's what led it. Took Lennah years, and she's diagnosed as post-traumatic stress and anxiety disorder, understandably. These children are going to have an even more difficult, and it's going to take a lot of help to bring them back. You're right.
Connection, this facility with IP can connect to some of these children and let them know that there is hope, and that we're all sitting here just, you know, we want to be able to do whatever we can.
Yeah. Hey, don't look at your schedule. They actually printed out the wrong schedule anyway. So we're going to try to keep 20 minutes per talk like we told everybody. So we're going to go with, we got next, Mark Pearlman. on up here. Share screen. Let's see.
It's the changing state.
Yeah, it's tough to get this thing up. Come on. I'm gonna have to get Avi to come help. Why don't you start talking while I try to get it going here? Share screen. There we go. Got it. Okay, you just
Yep. We're so close. Yeah. Well, the last 5 years ago, we hadn't done as much traveling as we have in the last 5 years. But I thought that I would start by doing a little reminiscing from 50 years ago. So if you can pick out who we were, good luck. I had been rummaging through my dresser and found some prints. You remember Prince?
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. I got it. Yeah. It. Okay. Yeah, I know. So here we were. I unfortunately threw out my cap. And I could not find the Proud Mary pictures that you and I, and who was the third person? You don't remember?
Give me an initial. Yeah.
give him a drink tonight.
Yeah. Thanks, Cliff. So most of you, Tom understands this, probably would not want to be out on the highway driving a 40 or a 45-foot bus. And things have changed since the pandemic, or because of the pandemic. So you can now buy vans that are outfitted, and you can drive around in your van, which you can also park in your garage. I can't put our 35 fifth wheel in our garage. And there are even small ones, if you can believe the one on the left. Kind of hard to do much other than sleep in it, but they do, some of them have kitchens. Or you, if you have not a flatbed Ford, but that's a Ram, you can get a cab over and drive around in that. Or you can actually camp in a Tesla. We were at a campground last summer, and there was a couple with the SUV type of Tesla plugged into a 50 amp at the campground. They had an adapter with their Labrador Retriever. And at night they put up a tent over the hatchback. And I said, well, how do you keep it warm? Because it was like in the 40s at night. And he said, well, it's an electric vehicle. We just turn on the heater. I said, well, but how much battery does it take? He said, yeah, 10%. This is us, day and night. We now have a 35-foot fifth wheel. The thing in the back is not our antenna. That happens to be a light in the campground. And Jim can tell you this is obviously taken in Arizona because there's this funky tree there. And at nighttime, we have all these kind of lights. Sorry, I keep hitting the pad. And we bring our Labrador with us. He's not a retriever. And he has his own bed. So in 2018, we joined an RV caravan and went to Alaska. And if any of you have done the Princess Cruises or whoever the cruise line is and done up the Inside Passage, you don't see what we got to see, including on our way through British Columbia and Yukon, 2 days of, Oleg, you're going to hate this, no cell phone, no Wi-Fi. And on the left, on the right, I was absolutely surprised. This was the traffic. This is the Alaska Highway, the Alcan.
It's Russia.
Well, there may be a few bears or moose or deer going through, but there is in the Yukon, in Watson Lake, I believe, a place where people put signs that they've been there, which is on the right, and it's a signpost, and it's absolutely huge. In our caravan, we did one, and we hung it up like everybody else. On the left are just typical views as we were driving. On the right is actually, interestingly, in Whitehorse, a weather vane. Believe it or not, that DC3 is a weather vane. And it does go around depending upon the wind. I don't know. Interesting sights. On the left is the ferry going across the Yukon River, taking us back to Alaska. We were in the Yukon. And the ferry on this particular picture had one RV and a couple trucks. And absolutely fascinating trip. If you've ever been on a ferry like this, is a little different than like the ferries going out to Ocracoke or the Outer Banks. On the right is the Chicken of Chicken, Alaska. Chicken, Alaska is a town with 2 campgrounds, a couple restaurants, a gas station. It was named by the miners in the late 1800s. The Alaska animal that they talk about is a ptarmigan. Well, they couldn't spell ptarmigan. P-T-A-R. And it looks like a chicken, so they named it Chicken, Alaska. And it actually is a real place. We had an extra 2 days when we were in Fairbanks without part of the tour. And Andrea and I decided we wanted to go to the Arctic Circle. So we booked a tour turned out in this bus, there were 7 of us. The bus carried like 20, but there were just 7 of us. And it was 12 hours up to and slightly beyond the Arctic Circle. And we saw all sorts of fascinating stuff. This is the only bridge across the Yukon River in Alaska. And it has to be able to expand and contract from 67 degree above to, 40 below. Very interesting. And that's the sign at the Arctic Circle. Our tour guide bus driver actually got out some chocolate cake and whipped cream. And we had a great celebration. And obviously more mountains. And then that plane, Andrea's got her vest on and her cell phone out of her back pocket, took us back to Fairbanks in an hour. Yeah, so it took us 12 hours to go up and 1 hour to fly back. And from the air, and we had a couple people who in our caravan who took a plane up to like this area, walked or drove around for a couple hours and drove back. Well, you don't see everything that you see in that kind of a tour. And we were exceedingly glad, and the small plane was fascinating. And Denali, absolutely gorgeous place. We were incredibly lucky to be greeted on the left as we were driving through by this moose with a huge rack. And on the right was a is a grizzly bear and her two cubs that we saw. They booked us on a VIP tour out to the other end of Denali on the road. So you can only go like 15 miles and then you have to stop, but we were in a bus and it was okay. And it was very rainy and misty on the way out, and on the way back, we were greeted by the sight of the grizzly. The day we left Denali to go to Anchorage, it was bright sunny, and that is Denali. We were one of the 30% of people who get to see Denali. When we were in the park, you couldn't see anything. And there are actually a North Mountain and a South Mountain. And I think the other picture is from Wrangell Elias, which is 6 times bigger than Yellowstone. It is absolutely massive. And we were only on the outside of it because to get in, you hike in or get a bush pilot to take you in. At our campground in Homer, Alaska, or outside of Homer, Alaska, the campground host was illegally feeding these 2 bald eagles. So we had bald eagles in the campground all the time, which was absolutely fascinating. And I booked with a few other people just for the halibut, a fishing tour. My right brain, I'm left-handed, so my right brain works overtime. Right? And one of these, probably the small one, was mine. You can only catch one. I unfortunately hooked 4, so I had to give my rod to 3 other people because when you're in one area, you can only catch one. We had it flash frozen and sent home. And despite the cost of the tour, it was cheaper than going to Whole Foods for fresh halibut. If you've ever not seen glaciers, we saw so many glaciers. The one on the left, I believe, is the Exit Glacier. The other one, we were on a boat for a 5-hour tour, which we actually saw calving of the glaciers. Most of the glaciers in Alaska are receding. There is one, that one on the right, which is actually moving forward, which is interesting. This was an interesting glacier we drove to on a 21-mile dirt, horrible road, but absolutely fascinating. You can see on the peripheries all of the dirt that's being brought down. And these are just a few of the many we saw. Shifting to Jim's world, we snowbird. We're in Colorado. Snowbirding is not to Florida or Mississippi or the Texas coast. Snowbirding is to Arizona and California. And for the last couple of years, we've done some Maricopa County mountain parks around Phoenix. So the sunsets are absolutely amazing. The picture on the right was from Surprise, or one of the places on the west side of Phoenix. Oh, come on. There's more. Cliff. There we go. We're on a hike. We were there before Christmas on the west side of Phoenix and came across a Christmas cactus. What can I say? And the views were spectacular. The variation of the cacti was great. We then drove to Ajo, which is about 7 miles from the Mexican border. Well, no, the campground we were at was a national park, organ pipe cactus monument. So these are saguaros. These are organ pipes. And Jim can probably tell you how many cacti are out there, but I don't know. In any event, Okay. On our way, we didn't go to Mexico. It was only 7 miles from the campground. On our way back, we stopped at a campground. This is the Colorado River. We're on the Arizona side. You're looking at California. And our cell phones kept changing time zones because it thought we were in California when we were in Arizona. And in the winter, Arizona's on mountain time. Okay. Then we actually went to Kings Canyon, couldn't get to Sequoia. And this is General Grant. Huge, huge tree. And on the right is a picture. We then went to Indio. If you don't know California, but you've heard of Palm Springs and Palm Desert, Indio is a little east of that. And it had snowed the day we drove in the mountains. We didn't see the snow, we just saw rain. And that's it. And does anybody have questions?
Is it turned on? It should make this, I'm trying to put it.
Yeah, no.
Is that mic turned on?
Oleg doesn't want to talk. Okay. Thank you.
Next, and again, the program has it wrong, but next we got Rick Miller, right? And we got, yeah. Jerry Oaks, okay. We'll go with Jerry. Let's see. Let me get it up here, Jerry. Hold on. I have to try. Okay. The heck is, I think I just lost it. Everybody take a break and get a little something to eat while we get this up and running. I screwed up something here. Here we go. I got it. Share screen. I'm gonna go with here, Jerry. Hey, there we go.
Perfect.
So we'll go here. Okay, we're gonna start up here. I'll give him a minute.
Yeah.
Try to get that out of the way, yeah. So we'll go to slideshow and then you can just start from the beginning. All right.
Right. And then front and back is
Yeah.
these two.
All right.
Perfect.
Why don't we start in about 3 minutes?
Okay, if you could grab something and please settle down. We'll get started here. While we're waiting, if anyone needs a restroom, if you go out the door, it's on your left by the elevators, if you need that.
Elevators to the left, the restrooms are right there if anybody needs to take a break. We're going to start in about 2 minutes. We're doing 20 minutes per talks. The other thing to keep in mind, those who are going on the Duke tour, the bus is going to pick up at the front at 12 12, they're leaving at 12:50, so you guys should leave about. Oh, I'm off by an hour. Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and get started here. So our next presentation is by Jerry Oakes, and it's going to be Shunt death, as you can see here. So Jerry.
So this is going to be a change of pace. There are no RVs and no books. And what I'm going to try to get you to do is put you in my mindset from 30 years ago. So I was here on the faculty for 14 years doing pediatric neurosurgery. And in 1992, for a variety of reasons, I relocated to Children's of Alabama. It's a large 380 bed, 150 bassinet children's hospital. And I was recruited there because the two people that were there, one had an identifiable mental illness and the other one was very poorly trained and was, you ready, not insurable. If you understand that term. I'm very disappointed with the organizers. My original talk was refused.
Was he couldn't come up with any references.
I don't have any disclosures, but I'm not sure I could conceive of something that would be of commercial interest other than the plaintiff's bar to this talk. For the one person that doesn't understand what hydrocephalus is, this is a condition of the brain where the chambers or ventricles of the brain expand, usually due to some sort of obstruction, frequently at a little spot that you saw briefly 50 years ago called the aqueduct. And the ventricles enlarge and they are commonly treated with plastic tubes or shunts. Those of you that have kept abreast know that there are alternative treatments now. But for this talk, we're going to be talking about plastic tubes. Gee, Jerry, have you ever done one of these operations? This is more than half of what my clinical practice was. And for those that want clinical correlation, that's an infant with hydrocephalus. So to do this, we're going to divide it into two parts. There's the first 7 years, some of which I was there in Birmingham, some of which I was not. And what we did is we went to the health department and got all the death certificates from children less than 18 where hydrocephalus was listed. There were 42 of those. We excluded patients who had an additional diagnosis of a brain tumor. We assumed that you died from the brain tumor, not from the hydrocephalus. We excluded children with bronchopulmonary dysplasia, whether you'd gotten out of the hospital or not. We assumed that you had died with your lung disease. That left us with 28. And this was a period from 1990 to 1996 inclusive. I grouped the patients into three groups. The death was unavoidable. And what I meant by that was the patient went to sleep, Parents saw the child, had no symptoms. When they came in the morning, the child was cold. There were 5 of those. Technical error, the child presented to the hospital, usually the emergency room, with stable vital signs and was conscious. If you can get to the hospital with stable vital signs and conscious, we should be able to pull you through. 18 were educational errors. Whose education? Sometimes the pediatrician, much more frequently the family. An example, child had hydrocephalus, a shunt was placed early in life. They quit coming back to clinic, saw the pediatrician at age 14, complaining of nausea, vomiting, and headache. Pediatrician diagnosed allergies, didn't know that the child had a shunt. And more importantly, the family didn't tell him the child had a shunt. And sure enough, that child died. So here's the punchline. The pie graph on the left is the first 7 years. I didn't have a whole lot of control of what was going on. Wouldn't have made any difference. 18 educational errors, 5 technical errors, 5 we couldn't prevent. I then changed something, and we repeated the study 7 years later. What was 28 patients fell to 5. There were no patients that had not preventable death. Those 5 fell away. There were still some educational errors, and there were 2 technical errors. During that same time frame, the volume of work bumped from 267 cases per year to over 1,000. So the number of children we were treating, while the death rate was falling, quadrupled. What are an example of technical errors? The 2 that were in the group from the second 7-year period, there was a 2-month-old preemie with bad BPD. I left town. My poor partner, I said, all you got to do is raise the skin on this subgaleal shunt. Didn't touch the brain at all. Raised the skin, closed the skin. Kid hemorrhaged everywhere. Point is that the kid had a coagulopathy. One unrecognized child died. Second one for the neurologist in the crowd. Kid comes in, has an infected shunt, shunt's removed, put a drain in so that you can measure the pressure. The PGY2 comes in, mom says the child's not right. Guy looks at the drain, pressure's normal. What's the problem? Well, the problem is the compartments are separated. So he has a trap, what's called a trapped temporal lobe, and child died. You get a scan to prove that. So why did the 5 children with unavoidable deaths go away? Better care? Maybe. Better family education? Probably. And we started getting routine imaging to prove that shunt was working when the child came back to clinic. It's a hard sell to my colleagues, but that's what we did. Why did the 18 educational errors fall to 3? Who did the education in the first period of time? The attending? The resident who's getting called 3 places? The ER, they're busy in the OR, and you want me to go talk to that family? Well, they only speak Spanish. I'm telling you who did the education. It was a poor, and they didn't want to do peds anyway. They're interested in adult neurosurgery. They just happen to rotate through. What happened in the second 7-year period? I went to the administration and said, our shunt death data is bad. And the way to correct it is to have a dedicated nursing staff, one per attending. That's an expensive solution. We saved 23 children that would have died because the nursing staff was available, dedicated, and knowledgeable. They are so available, and the families knew them so well, they started getting called with all the pediatric problems. They couldn't get their pediatrician, so they called the nurse, my nurse, and she got very good at sorting out problems. So my punchline, if you want to improve your practice, get good nurses. Thank you. Sam.
Sure, I know my mother was a physician. That your nurses, your bridge, your lifeline, to appreciate them. The sad thing, my observation, again, I'm not in the hospital system as much now, but I hear about it from patients, is that you have a hospitalist one day, then you have another hospitalist another day, then you have another hospitalist the other day. So you don't have that continuity of observation. And you pointed out the point that the mother recognized in that child that something wasn't right. And I always learned, listen to mother and everything. But the sad thing really to me is that our nurses, our dedicated nurses, are now taken away from the bedside. They're doing EHR and this. So you don't have that continuity of our bridge as to a nurse seeing that patient and observing that patient every day. I remember when I was doing big surgery, if a nurse called me, and we know that frequently that clinical observation precedes the lab work by a day or two, which can be critical. And unfortunately, the nurses are taken away from this traditional role that they wanted. And it's very, very sad to me to see this. And then the exchange of information to families. Families say they can't get anybody to call them, tell them, whatever. So you're absolutely right. You know, the nurses are such a critical point, and it's when you give them that power and everything. But I'm afraid that the system is taking away some of that power.
Yeah, our next presenter is Jeff Wilson. Jeff's going to be talking about PMR and temporal arteritis spectrum.
Find it. I'll show you. Should I go forward? Push that.
Bill Summers here. 1970, after Bill had taken part in helping usher our wedding, I ran into him. He was doing a rotation called rheumatology. And I said, what is that? Rheumatic fever, something like that. And but that was my introduction to rheumatology, and it stuck. Last night, John Lawrence asked me, he said, why are you doing this talk? And it occurred to me over the last few years, I'm seeing more and more of my peers, which you are, particularly age-wise, presenting with these aches and pains. Imagine that. And some of them are having aches and pains that you say, boy, that's like polymyalgia, rheumatica. Some of them have temporal arteritis. And sort of the theme when we have these get-togethers is to, you know, have a class gift. And I thought, wouldn't it be interesting if I can do a classmate gift and have you instructed in some things which you look out for the next few years, and I'll bet you encounter, and maybe save things like blindness, stroke, and death. And if you have your, take a look at your handout. The nature of polymyalgia rheumatica is classic. Sudden onset, the patient will tell you, you know, I felt like I aged 100 years last night. I get up in the morning, hours of morning stiffness. It was in the pelvic and pectoral girdle area and distribution. The patient is always over 50. I think you all fit that star criteria, unfortunately. And the SED rate's almost always over 50. You go through a review of systems every time with the patient, same thing. Any new headaches, scalp tenderness, pain in your mouth, chewing food, chewing claudication, or any temporary loss of vision, one eye or the other. If any of those features are positive, you really say, I've got to rule out temporal arteritis or giant cell arteritis. This disease, this illness, I always tell my patients of the different things to have. I'd really like you to have PMR or have gout when you can tolerate your medicines, because it's exquisitely sensitive to steroids. And this patient is going to love you. About 2 weeks later, you come back, you say, you're taking 5 milligrams of prednisone in the morning, 5 milligrams at night. After my first dose, the next morning I woke up and I just felt much better, much younger, doing very, very well. And now almost is diagnostic of polymyalgia rheumatica, but it's still a diagnosis of exclusion, like so many of the things. And as we get older, there are more things to exclude. I've had patients who seem to have a bit of a response like polymyalgia rheumatica to steroids, yet they had an underlying myeloma, then underlying prostatic cancer, lung cancer, and alpha-gal tick disease, which is the most common prevalent tick disease in Virginia, and it will be in our country sometime. This is the mammalian meat allergy, which you'll be hearing about. Then one of my medical friends who said, I've got polymyalgia rheumatica, classic onset, and like a good physician, he had some prednisone at home, so he thought, I'll treat myself. And he did, and he felt better with the prednisone. But then about 2 weeks later, he said, I had a great big steak dinner. The next day I was feeling terrible. And that was a sign of his alpha-gal disease, tick disease. So it's a diagnosis of exclusion. Once you have the excluded, it seems like PMR, very nice to treat. You go 5 milligrams of prednisone, maybe twice a day, 2 or 3 weeks, consolidate to 15 milligrams a day, and then come down 1 milligram a month. And over 18 months to 2 years, you go ahead and taper off. Very nice. Now what happens? Why is it we think this is a spectrum of disease? And you always learn things from your own family because they don't trust you as a real doctor. And my Aunt Virginia, Aunt Skinny, who lived with my mother in Parkersburg, had classic PMR. We went through it, and every day for a year and a half, I'd say, Skinny, any headaches, scalp tenderness, pain in your mouth, chewing your food, temporary loss of vision? No. Calling my mother and follow up about a year and a half later. What's going on? Skinny's not doing well. She's going to have a CT scan of her head. She's having headaches. Get Skinny on the phone. Skinny, headache, scalp tenderness, chewing claudication, vision loss. Does that sound familiar? No. Do you have any prednisone left? Yeah, I've got about 21 milligrams. We'll take them all at once. She said, well, you're crazy. I never took that much in medicine. I said, do it. And then tomorrow morning, if the headache's gone, tell them to do a SED rate instead of an expensive CT scan. The spectrum of the disease was really shown also. Ted Harris, the deceased rheumatologist, very interesting. Patients that had PMR, classic PMR, and no sign of anything else, that died from other causes. At autopsy, about 30% of them have had histologic changes of giant cell arteritis or temporal arteritis. So some funny spectrum going on here. Then I had a patient sent to me. It's interesting when things occur with patients who are not doing well with steroids, sort of just slip on over to the rheumatologist. And this wonderful 80-year-old woman had a positive temporal artery biopsy, definite giant cell arteritis, and she had steroid psychosis. And most of you who've dealt with prednisone, so I know the whole thing was 1 milligram per kilogram, no science behind that. But in this lady's case, every time she got that, she went just crazy. And the neurologist had her on that, had to stop her prednisone psychosis. Her primary care doctor did the same thing. So we had her in the hospital and went ahead and decided to start on very low dose prednisone, like PMR, 5 milligrams twice a day. And she ended up responding when she had like 10 milligrams in the morning, 5 milligrams at night. So she was not onto a high giant cell arteritis type dose, but it was enough to control her, keep her from having the stroke, blindness, and so on. And also used a little Haldol to glue her mind together, which helped. We talked a little bit about the alpha-gal tick disease, very interesting problem, which you all are going to see. It's most undiagnosed in Lynchburg. My last 15 months of practice, I had 145 patients with alpha-gal tick disease, most of them presenting with PMR type symptoms, arthritis type symptoms, and doing better with watching the mammalian meat diet and so on. But they were, not appreciated at all by the primary docs. Only 11% of them had a typical mammalian meat allergy. There's a new book I've got out there, and the end of it has a whole section on alpha-gal. It's a fascinating disease. You're going to see more and more of it. Hope you don't get that. So with temporal arteritis, again, when you start having to review of systems, every time you see the patient with PMR, again, headache, scalp tenderness, pain in your mouth, chewing your food, temporary loss of vision. If there's no loss of vision, you go ahead and treat them milligram per kilogram, maybe 20 milligrams twice a day. That should take care of all the symptoms. You see the SED rate coming down, and usually should do very well, taper off over about 16 to 18 months. The patient who does have loss of vision, you've got to hospitalize that patient, give them IV steroids. You may save them the vision, but once blindness occurs, it's not reversible. It's just err on the side of going ahead and treating. We go ahead and follow along. Follow along with the SED rate and doing the review of systems. One of the things that we see every now and then, patients will say, we need to have a temporal artery biopsy. You never hold a prednisone waiting for temporal artery biopsy. You'll be really sad if you do. And so you go ahead, the histologic changes of temporal artery, giant cell arteritis won't change for several weeks after you start prednisone. So you go ahead and treat them there on that side. Southern Medical Journal was the first patient named, since she's gone, Sally Wilson, no relation, but she was our first publication and presented in the rheumatology clinic and with temporal arteritis, got a positive biopsy. At that time, they said that temporal arteritis, giant cell arteritis, and another disease like gout didn't occur in blacks. Wasn't that a strange thing, a strange observation? So she was the first one, and she showed that she sometimes, even after having weeks of these headaches, they can have a great response from the headache just within hours of taking the first prednisone. Very sensitive, very interesting. Pulseless disease, best nurse I ever had, came out of the exam room with my new patient saying, I can't find a blood pressure or pulse. We usually think that's a bad sign. I'd had another patient who had pulseless disease, and I had to admit him to the cardiac care unit over lunchtime one time. Came back and I told my nurses in the office, they're going to call us in a minute to scare to death, because he was up there sitting, and when CCU had just been admitted, the cardiac care unit nurse said, no pulse, no blood pressure. What's he doing? He's sitting there up there reading the Wall Street Journal. I think he'll be okay. Fever of unknown origin, one of the first cases that I saw, with this on Osler ward, and this patient had the usual 5,000 studies and tests done. And sometimes an FUO or a SED rate of unknown origin can be temporal arteritis. You have to worry about that. Finally, like all of the different things in rheumatology and other places, they're finding biologics to try and use with these things. Tocilizumab, just another one of the biologics, may be useful. Never had to do that. Just following this prednisone, tapering down, usually taking care of things quite well. Patients call, the last classmate that called me with a problem of a friend having PMR was Jim Frey. And, our phones work. We're a small group, rheumatology is a small group. When I had problems initially with a lady that had psychosis, I called Gene Hunter, who was the head of rheumatology at Mayo Clinic. Again, sort of the guru for giant cell arteritis. Called John Davis, UVA. What do I do? This patient has positive biopsy, steroid psychosis. And they said, we don't know. Let us know what you do. I had never had a case, so that's good. So let me tell you, when you're having these problems, call your class rheumatologist. And I hate to say it, there's only one rheumatologist in your class. Call me, be glad to see you. Any questions? Yeah, Rick.
Yeah, you didn't mention C-reactive protein in relationship to the diagnosis of PMR or the following of PMR. Would you comment on that?
Sure, it's almost always positive as well. You know, there's in rheumatology, there's one condition of an inflammatory condition that CRP and sed rate may not correlate, and that's psoriatic arthritis for some reason. Don't know why, but usually CRP is right with it. We had a girl in our Westminster Canterbury the other day that saw me with a great big swollen hand and arm, and her C-reactive protein was 160. That's pretty high. And it had a necrotizing fasciitis. But have you noticed difference CRP or sed rates?
Well, I'm actually speaking from experience. I've had PMR since 2014, and initially my sed rate was elevated along with my C-reactive protein, but subsequently after the initial treatment, my sed rate has never been elevated, but my C-reactive protein waxes and wanes according to the flares of the disease, going as high as 17 or 20, et cetera. So that's the reason I asked the question.
The rare patient that we ran into, all of a sudden her sed rate starts going up. Maybe she's having some recurrence of mild headaches, not quite the same, and had cryptococcal meningitis. So I'm not saying you've got that. I'm just saying that you always worry.
I have a question. This business about long-term steroids, why don't you give the double dose on an every other day basis as opposed to daily basis, presuming there'll be less adrenal suppression?
Oh, and there certainly would be less adrenal suppression. Never found that to be as effective.
So in other words, even if you give more than double dose every other day, it's not as effective on the disease.
I never gave that massive a dose every other day, but in my experience and others, I haven't heard it being effective. We're always trying to minimize steroid side effects and problems. And nowadays with the bisphosphonates, bone densities, it's interesting how rarely we had a problem.
Are they still using? I mean, in the old days, we try to get away from the steroid side effects by, instead of giving daily, we double the dose and give it every other day, and there'd be less adrenal suppression and less long-term, observable side effects, Cushingoid and so forth. But you've seen this stuff, and you're saying that over time, that approach, the QOD approach, isn't used very much in general.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hey, Jim. As I was saying, that's the first thing you think about. Is there something else going on like cryptococcal meningitis? I've seen that, just may have to boost up the steroids to see if to control that inflammation. And controlling the inflammation really much easier with the daily steroids initially. Maybe then you can work to every other day. We just didn't do that.
Since it's a segmental disease, how many biopsies do you consider to be negative?
That's a great question. And sometimes I see people come in with, biopsies on both sides haven't been done. And some people are doing special type studies, ultrasound studies, to try to detect which temporal artery to biopsy or so on. It pulses disease sometimes, arteriography type studies show the changes. But, to me, one or two of those, the patient's responding, I don't mind following along. And I guess the majority of the time, I probably didn't have a positive biopsy.
We have one more professor here.
That was great, Jeff. Just a quick question. What about ultrasound in lieu of a temporal biopsy initially? With the technology improving, has that been can we replace that biopsy in some cases?
Yeah, I think in some cases that's right. You know, what we used to do is, feeling on temporal arteries. And if they had one side that clinically is worse, okay, go with that one. Otherwise, I always went with the temporal artery that had the least pulsation. That was to give a challenge to the surgeon. I thought he would say, no, it wasn't, because that thickened vessel transmits, the pulsation less, it's less strong pulsation, maybe tender as well. So, the biopsy thing is sort of interesting. Last copy? Sure. Anybody, we have free copies of this book for my classmates and those who are watching and zooming in. If you just send me a note on the back of a $50 bill, I'll remind you.
Thank you. We're coming to a break right after the break. All right. So this will be a like that for break time.
This is non-sharing. This is active. That working? Yeah, speaker. Have a go. Mickey Andrews. Set talk.
Are we good to go?
The speaker. We might need a 5-minute break. Start talking. It might make you big when you talk.
All right. First of all, I want to say how delighted I am to see everybody. Don't take my notes.
No,
All right. How delighted I am to see everybody. And I want to particularly thank all of the organizers who have done yeoman's work to get our class together repeatedly. And I hope perhaps this will happen again in the future. When I came, I was thinking this may be the last, big hurrah. But after seeing everybody, I think I would like to see you again. And another thing I wanted to direct at Jim Frey in particular, and that is long before I came to Duke Medical School, I learned something from my own parents of great medical importance. And that was they had a subscription to the Reader's Digest. And in the Reader's Digest was the power of laughter in medicine. Laughter is the best medicine. And you are the quintessential example of how great humor can cure even, the nastiest person in the room. So here. And lastly, I'd like to begin with a disclaimer. This is not a diatribe. Okay. And the title of it is, Will You Join Me in Being Both Pro-Life and Pro-Choice? American society is in a pickle. We've been deeply divided since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. Long ago, at the instigation of former House Speaker Newt Gingrich and other political strategists, this issue, along with many others, was weaponized for political purposes. Now, entrenchment by both sides has never been deeper nor closer to overt violence. Motivation and secret agendas of individuals, the U.S. Supreme Court, political parties, advocacy groups have never been more subject to destructive scrutiny and speculation. Cherished free speech, as enshrined by the First Amendment to our unique Constitution, has never been more hazardous and subject to reactive public ridicule. Thoughtful and civil discourse has given way to grotesque posturing by both sides and sensational hyping of this posturing by the news media, which only has served to increase the temperature of the fiery debate. I do not doubt for a moment that my fellow Americans on both sides of this deeply polarizing issue are acting out of conscience and good faith. But opportunity for thoughtful, civil, enlightening discourse has shrunken severely. We desperately need to take a deep breath and hit the reset button or have a little Jim Fry in our life. It is in this spirit that I would like to offer a personal viewpoint. I sincerely hope that you all will hear me out, not think me presumptuous for thinking my viewpoint not only different, but perhaps enlightening, a sincere attempt to elevate public discourse from the trenches and find that elusive common ground. I spent a decade practicing as an academic neurosurgeon on the faculty of LSU and Tulane medical schools, with particular responsibility for pediatric neurosurgery. On many occasions, I was consulted by neonatal intensive care specialists for very premature infants who had suffered a very common complication, and that was hemorrhage into the cerebral ventricles, which led to hydrocephalus by obstruction of the cerebrospinal fluid pathways. Without timely intervention, this hydrocephalus would lead to irreparable brain damage. Time and time again in the operating room, I held one of these tiny infants literally in the palm of my hand. They were that small, some weighing only 1,000 grams at gestational age of 30 to 32 weeks. What I observed is that these tiny wrinkled babies looked just like my own children and reacted to physical, auditory, visual, and painful stimuli just like any other baby. They required general anesthesia to tolerate the surgery. I was forever convinced from that day that these tiny, challenged, premature infants satisfied every definition of being human that I could think of. Thereafter, I watched many of them grow into happy young children as I followed them in my clinic for their implanted cerebrospinal fluid shunts. And from these moving sentinel experiences, I came to agree with the church's notion of the sanctity of life, even in the womb, and thus became pro-life to this day. So then, how can one be pro-choice, you might ask? Quite simply from heeding the clarion call of that primary document which declared the ambition of our new republic, namely the Declaration of Independence. And I quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Like our founding fathers, I truly respect the rights of all Americans to self-determination, which is fundamental to liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Therefore, how could I possibly second guess or challenge or attempt to control the right of my fellow citizens to decide what is best for themselves in a given set of circumstances, such as unintended pregnancy? In school, we all learned philosopher René Descartes' first principle of being, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. But I would like to humbly suggest a more relevant definition of being for us Homo sapiens would perhaps be, I choose, therefore I am. Or indeed, all living creatures from tiniest insect to prodigious human geniuses have neural circuitry, i.e. brains, that permit them to act in response to environmental stimuli. But we humans are endowed with particular capacity to first contemplate, then choose from a variety of possible responses. Here, the key words are choice and variety. In a given situation, what might be appropriate response for my neighbor is not necessarily the appropriate response for me. Therefore, I'm inclined to offer maximum latitude in private choice to others and would hope that they would reciprocate by offering me the same freedom. This is what our Declaration of Independence has chosen to enshrine and our Constitution endeavors to protect. Who then am I to impose my will on my neighbor if that would in any way infringe upon their freedom of choice? Only should a neighbor's actions threaten my fundamental and unalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, would I have cause to object or request intervention? Therefore, I staunchly defend the right of choice of others within the privacy of their relationships to make decisions regarding what is uniquely right for them in their circumstances. As an American, I could not in good conscience presume to withhold choice from a woman and or partner when it comes to unintended or unwanted pregnancy. Moreover, the idea of prohibiting abortion under any and all circumstances strikes me as simply cruel and inhuman punishment. For example, in situations of felonious or incestual rape, contraception failure, pregnancy, which for any bona fide medical reason places the mother's life at risk, pregnancy before the age of legal consent, pregnancy where fetal genetic abnormalities make any reasonable quality of survival outside the womb unlikely, pregnancy where debilitating chronic psychiatric disease incapacitates a mother to the nurturing of her infant. Who, you will ask, shall we call upon to adjudicate such cases? Certainly not medical panels or courts of law, for they would be quickly overwhelmed by petitions for hearing, then would often be compelled, in the absence of codification or precedents, to make Solomon decisions. We must then place trust in the good faith and reasonable decision-making of our fellow human beings, particularly the woman carrying the pregnancy, her partner if involved, her physicians, her familial and social support, and any others whose advice is sought. There is neither an easy answer nor any way to codify what must ultimately come down to societal trust, namely free choice must be unconditionally extended to those making such difficult private decisions. My plea then is for mutual understanding and common sense to prevail, that we not be blinded or roiled by politics or church, that we obey that universal golden rule to do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and that we trust one another to make our best private decision in adherence to each and everyone's unalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I ask, will you join me in being both pro-life and pro-choice? Thank you. Thank you, David.
Thank you for that. I'm probably not the only person in this room who was present the night that Terry Sanford, president of the university, met the students who were protesting the Vietnam War, who had taken over one of the administration buildings and had been tear gassed out of it. But I've been struck lately by the same things that you alluded to, Rick, the difference in what happened that night and what's going on today when we argue about things. I mean, I was there the whole night and it was a spectacular interchange. There was one caustic moment where Terry Sanford paternalistically told this young lady, you're not good at this, but you would be a lot better at it if you had better manners. Now that probably shouldn't have been said, but other than that, it was, it was incredibly different than and I don't know how we're going to go back to what you're advocating for, but thank you for saying it.
I believe it starts in the nuclear family. We have to teach our children to have respect and common care for one another, for people outside of the family and within the family. And it starts at home, and then it continues at school.
Yeah, so Rick, this is Ted McMahon.
Yes,
I'm a
Ted.
primary pediatrician from Seattle. And thank you for your talk. I just wanted to make everyone aware of a resource out there, because these discussions are so hard and we're so polarized that it's hard to have a discussion with people who seem to be on the other side. There's an outfit available. You can get to them through the internet. It's called Braver Angels. They used to be called Better Angels after a Lincoln speech, the better angels of our nature. They do tutorials. They model how to have these discussions with people with whom you disagree, but you can learn to disagree respectfully.
Yes,
Braver Angels, I recommend it.
thank you.
You're gonna be the
Yeah, I must
the campaign
confess,
manager.
that has been my lifelong ambition. But it was beaten out of me by my mother when I was a young child. Sam.
I rise to agree with you completely about the nuclear family, because I think we've seen that. We talked about the problems in Ukraine, the inner city people. I hate to say men not taking the responsibility in a relationship that they should take, and frequently bailing on relationships. So I don't know how we're going to do it. I'm hoping the educational system can, but truly until we get that nuclear family back, the village, as Nancy said, I'm afraid that we are destined to struggle with this. I'm very disappointed at my old alma mater, Yale, and you and I discussed this, because I don't think that these institutions of higher education are allowing a balanced dialogue. They're shouting down from, if you will, in education, the conservative viewpoint, and not allowing that, if you will, fruitful dialogue to go forth. And very disappointing. But the nuclear family, I think, is going to be the critical element. As you said in your thing, it's the woman, it's the significant other, it's her village that need to be the ones that really come forth to help in making that decision.
Hi, it's Dave Jarrett. Very, very quick comment. That was a beautiful and rational talk. And it's very, very, very hard to find people who approach this subject rationally. And, you know, I mean, that's part of the problem, is that there's such intense emotion about each opinion. And I found that the people on either side are basically intolerable of any kind of intellectual, rational discussion of these topics. They've made up their minds, and they're not going to be changed by anything you say or do. But your version of it is the kind of version I'd like to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother David.
One more thing, Rick. My wife is so taken with this. She's just saying, how can I get a copy of that? I thought she wanted a copy of my speech, but no, she wants a copy of yours.
I'd be happy to send it to you. Let me think of how I might arrange through Mona to get a copy of this to anybody who would like to have it.
Okay, Ron. Has it been, it has to have been published somewhere, you know, on the internet or published somewhere?
It is published,
Yeah.
yes, it is published, and it's on the internet through what's called seacoastonline.com. I live in the seacoast of New Hampshire, and the newspaper publisher of the Portsmouth Herald and the Foster's Daily Democrat is Seacoast Online, all one word, .com. And if you, I think if you just Google the original editorial or, op-ed was under the title, Dr. Miller, will you join me in being pro-choice and pro-life? That was.
If somebody wanted to Google it, they want to just look up like pro-choice. It might pop up as one of the things that might pop up, you know, if you're just doing a search.
Well, Mona's going to send it to everybody.
Yep, but I'm saying is if people wanted to do it. So, shall we? Okay, so, you don't have to go, see right here. We are in the past the mica phase now, you know, life is phases, you know, we go through these phases, and this is one of them where people want to make personal statements, confessions, you know. We'll close our eyes, and you can talk, and we won't know who you are. And that includes our people at home as well on the Zoom. And if people at home want to take their turn, you know, you're gonna holler at us, and Jack's gonna signal you and look at you. He's watching it, okay? So anybody here who wants to get something off their chest, in fact, we can turn the lights really down so nobody, you know, everybody will put their, you know what, when we're in grade school, we put our heads down like this, and so whatever you need, we're willing to help.
If they're gonna talk, they should come up here so people can see them though.
Okay. So yeah, if you want to be seen, and you know, this is the brave, okay, then you come up here, and that way the through this computer, the Zoomers can see you. If you don't want to be seen, if you don't want to be heard, you can take a break. By the way, restrooms are in both directions. Okay, if you go to the end of this hall, to the indoors into that next room, their restrooms are on the right, and you go down this way through the next gateway, there are restrooms as well. Okay, just FYI. Any Zoomers? Remember Phil Donahue? Remember Phil Donahue? He come up here and he'd go like this. He'd say, "Is the caller there? Is the caller there? Anybody? Well, there's a caller. Is that Nancy Livingston? Hi, hi, Nancy.
We'd love to hear from you, Nancy.
You're still muted. She's looking at it. She's looking. Are you muting her here? Nancy, we can see you, but we can't hear you. Are you're not muted?
Okay, it worked that time. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, good.
Okay, just wanted to say hello to everyone. Thank everyone. Mona was my contact person. All you got this together, and the people that made Zoom possible, because I would wish to have been there, and this is the next best thing. So that's fabulous. And I remember from 5 or maybe 20, our 20th, of how old those 50th reunion people looked. But that obviously didn't apply to our group.
Yeah.
And so I know you're going to have a great time, and just have another glass of wine for me. Thanks. I hope to see you in 5 years.
Thank you, young lady. Thank you.
Mickey Andrews there too. Mickey, are you still with us, or have you taken a station break? Can you unmute yourself, Mickey? Love to hear from you.
Where is he?
Well, he may have taken.
He may have taken a break.
Already on the spot.
Hey, is he?
Talking a little bit later, so he will be on the spot.
Yeah, hang on.
Not really much to look at. In fact, I kind of like the masks when we had those recently, It kind of, brought all you good looking people down to our level, I'm sorry. Just real quick, I just want to, I had a little flashback last night. My wife and I took Jim out to dinner, and the bill for the dinner total came to like $300, and that's nothing. Okay, it was great. It was worth it. But I thought back, I don't know if y'all remember when our first year, when they called us together into that little auditorium where Dr. Appel used to do his interviews and stuff like that, which was a great learning experience. And they told us, exactly. Yeah. And they told us that they were going to raise the tuition $200 from $1,800 to $2,000 roughly. And I went back to the men's residence center and I took the telephone and I went in the closet and I closed the door in case my roommate, who almost never showed up, interestingly, in case my roommate came in. And I called my dad at work where he and his brother, who was a big alcoholic, ran a little auto repair place, just barely scraping by. And I started crying. I said, Daddy, I'm sorry. And it just shows me how much things have changed, and for the better for us, And I don't know why I wanted to share that, but some of y'all probably had a similar experience. Now, one thing, Jim, do you mind if I say one thing? Thanks. Okay. Shut up, he said. Sit down. No, I do remember Jim was one of my, Jim at this thing stood up and said, if you're on a full scholarship, does that mean that it's not going to cover it? And I remember just walking back to the dorm saying, gee, God, I wish I was on a full scholarship. Don't pretend to have Jim's talents and Jim's intellect, not for a second. But thank you all for that and indulging me there.
That was one of the two most articulate people in our class. The other ones over there. Oh yeah. Let me get this microphone over.
Yeah.
Oh, you got one. Okay. Oh, you brought your own microphone? I didn't even know you had it.
It's not everything. No,
So
I
you
just
have
want
to
to.
go back and forth all the time.
I just want to say, coming back to Durham and Duke is very emotional to me. My parents were both on the faculty here, and I grew up here till I was 10 and then left. Yesterday, I went back to my old home, and with question, I knocked on the door, and this very vibrant 84-year-old woman not only let me in to take pictures for my brother and sister, but was just so inspirational. And, as I look at all of us, I think we learned the right way. I think we had teachers that were inspired, teachers that did it the right way, teachers that held us responsible. I feel that medicine has moved away from that. I don't want to sound like an old geezer that said, oh, the good old days. But what I'm seeing and hearing from patients, and I am presently working, I will, if God's willing, expire before I retire. And I come from a family of 4 generations of doctors, never pressure for me to go into medicine. But I feel that I'm carrying that banner. Sometimes I feel like Don Quixote, and I'm sure Nancy in what she does sometimes feels that she is fighting the impossible dream. I sometimes have this image as I go to work driving that I'm going into the Alamo, and I know what the end point's going to be, but I'm hopefully surrounded by a loving group of people that are going to try to make every day a difference. And I think that's what we do. And, it's an avocation, not an occupation. And it saddens me to see that even with our generation, because of circumstances, sometimes systems and everything else, that we can't frequently, or people that I know and are very good and motivated, can't make the contribution or continue to make the contribution helping people that they do. So as Jim said, we may not be able to go back there again, but I'm hoping for all of you, not only health, but that you will continue to, if you will, as I talked to John McCrae the other day, and again, he tried to retire, but then they came to get him. And you heard me speak about hospitalists. Well, the hospitals embrace him with open arms. He comes off a plane from a vacation. He no sooner gets his baggage and they're calling him to come into the ICU and everything. And there was never a question, you do what you have to do for people. And it's very emotional for me to meet and see all of you. And try to carry on what we learned.
Super.
I'd like to can I respond to that, please? I've been in academic medicine ever since till about 2 months ago. And one of the things that I've seen is, regrettably, the people that are following us are more and more not recognizing it's a privilege to be a doctor. It's become a profession. It's become part of their life, not their lives. Now, again, I reckon some of us maybe put it too much into our lives. But the bottom line is, I think we need to get the people that are coming into medicine, encouraging them, starting in middle school, in high school, in college, to tell them what it is a privilege to be a doctor. Because those are the people we want to go into the profession, not the ones that can afford tuition, but the ones who really want.
4 o'clock. 4:30.
These things are great for staying in shape, but they're no good for running away.
Arnie, is somebody talking there? Arnie, I want to just say that, that really resonates with me too, because youngsters are very impressionable and they can be impressioned. It's a verb now, I taught English to my own kids and they can be impressioned. And if you're a bad parent, your wife beater, like I used to be, that was only with the first 3. Okay. Then the kids are gonna, they're gonna model that. But if you talk trash, that's what you're gonna be. But I'm serious, if you go to the youngsters and you go to grade schools, you go to junior highs, you go to high schools, you can inspire them. I think that's a good thought. I don't know if there's any organization or anything that comes from, let's say, AMA or other medical groups that would proselytize like that. But I think it's a very insightful thought. Let me give you the mic. Wait, let me give Arnie a mic.
Yeah, that's why we have the mic.
This is Arnold. Everybody probably recognizes it.
Whenever we speak in the mics, that means the Zoom people can hear us. We were very careful about that, David. So get a mic, will you?
So the way is communities need to help kids go to college and medical school. We need to start and have them return back to their communities, because it's a mission. And I think communities need to encourage kids to go into medicine as a mission in life.
Yeah. In response or in piling on to what many other people are saying today, this is Glenn Davis. An experience that I remember from being an intern for my medical internship was admitting my 7th patient at 1 a.m. One morning. Had pretty much run out of steam, had pretty much run out of anything left to do except to get through the exam in history. And the elderly lady that I was examining complained to me that her towel dispenser was empty. And I was pretty fed up and I said, I'll take care of it. And I called the hospital president as an intern. And he took the phone call at 1 a.m. He took the phone call at 1 a.m. at his house. The operator had put me through to him. I said, Mrs. So-and-so doesn't have any towels in her dispenser. Said, okay. And I went on and then fearfully waited for the next day to happen when I would get a call. I never got a call. That lady's towel dispenser was filled within 45 minutes. And the lesson that we were taught earlier by Gene Stead and anything else, you can never go wrong by doing something for the patient.
Jack, you want to talk?
David Garr wants to talk. He was talking before, but now he wants to really talk. Here you go, David.
Thanks, Jack. And I want to thank Jack in particular for the time and effort that you've put into helping make this happen. You and Cliff and Jim, but This has been great. And just a couple of things, just reflecting, Rick, on what you were saying. I think there are two words as we approach election day. The two words that came to mind as I was listening to you and trying to distill from it were two words: respect and understanding. I think that encapsulates the message that I think you were conveying, but I also think the issues that we're facing right now in our country and beyond our country in terms of the situation in our world and how those two words haven't become, we've lost that. And I think it's really unfortunate. The other thing I was just reflecting on as we're sitting here together is reflecting on my career. I was a primary care doc, out in rural practice and then in academics. And then involved as a director of a statewide program trying to build and support the health workforce we need, especially for the rural and the underserved in our state of South Carolina. But along the way, every stop I took in my career, starting back in residency, was the team. It wasn't me as a doc, but it was the people who worked together shoulder to shoulder, whether it was in my residency, our rural practice, the residency I taught in Denver, and then subsequently the work I did for 36 years in South Carolina. And I think we're seeing some of that incorporated into academic education in the health professions around interprofessional education and interprofessional practice. But I would suspect every one of us in this room wouldn't have had the careers we've had without being members of a team. And just wanted to share some of those reflections that I've had here today.
Thank you, David. Glenn, that was a cool story. Yeah, David. Oh, okay. David is coming up. Before Dave, 1 second. Let's let everybody know that there's a bus that's going to pick up people up who want to go on the campus tour right? And they're going to pick them up at 1:45, 1:50, 1:50. So you need to be upstairs, at 1:45. Please. Okay. Okay. So be upstairs at 1:45. Okay.
Okay, this is Dave Jarrett again. And I've loved talking to you all. I've always loved talking to you all. It's like, 54 years ago, I met you people, and what a bunch of wonderful people you are. And I just enjoy the heck out of talking to you. I enjoy it so much that I've set up Zoom meetings. And some of us have come to the Zoom meetings, very few, but some. So I'm going to do a little ad. In about 6 months, Mona is going to send out an email to you all, inviting you to do a Zoom meeting with us. And if you'd like to talk to these people again, join the Zoom meeting and we will have a lot of fun. And in about 6 months, you kind of got over this by then. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, that's a fabulous idea between the two of you. I mean, I guess I was wrong. I take back what I said about we'll never be here again. It looks like we're stuck with each other. We have all it. That's right. I don't remember seeing your note about that. You sent like an email in the past about it. I didn't see it. Oh, I know. You scratched me out the email. I knew it was spelled Frey, Phry or something. But okay.
Apropos of nothing, I just want to, Alan Luger, I want to let you know that the Nasher Art Museum on campus has a wonderful historical exhibit of Roy Lichtenstein's work. We know Roy Lichtenstein as the cartoon, but early in his work, this exhibit shows the development throughout decades of Liechtenstein's style and reference. And it's a wonderful exhibit. It's free. It's a beautiful museum. And lunch on their patio is marvelous. So I urge you to waste a moment or two. The Nasher Museum, it's pretty close to the hotel. And it's a wonderful exhibit. I have to confess that I took 2 hours away from the meeting to see this marvelous exhibition. I hope you'll forgive me.
That's okay. It was your loss, Alan, but thanks for coming in anyway. No, I know Alan's an investor in the museum. So that's, he was there taking tickets and stuff like that, but.
So there is going to be time for further pass the mic later on that we built into the program. I would just be interested. Do we want to take a 10 or 15 minute break and then Pam Davis comes on? This is a good time for those that want to go on the tour. It's a good time to take a bathroom break, take a little socializing in the back of the room. There's some refreshments back there. Let's see who wants raise your hands. Who wants to continue and have Pam start? Who wants to take a break? Looks like take a break. So we're going to take Pam. I hope you'll bear with us. We'll take a 15-minute break and we'll be back here at 1:55. And since Jim's not talking, we'll have plenty of time at the end. I hope that's okay, Pam. Yep.
Just fine.
Yeah, the bus is 1:45. It's now 1:40. So you've got 5 minutes to get upstairs and then the bus should be here shortly thereafter. Great series of session talks. Great.
Oh, let's see if I can move it down. Oh, we're sharing the screen. Okay, Pamela, we're getting ready for you. They're coming in. Yeah. Let me get the slides up here.
Should I try to start sharing my screen?
Yeah, Jack,
Yeah, go ahead and do that, Pam.
I'm gonna get am I supposed to share our screen, right? She gonna put her slides?
Pam, yes, go ahead and show your slides. There we go.
Okay, let me.
Okay, we're reconvening here. Just give us another 30 seconds.
Okay.
Come on, Jim. Get ready.
Can you see it, Cliff?
Yeah, it looks good. We see it, fine. Wait, we'll tell you when to start. They're coming in.
Enough.
All right, guys. Okay, so Pam, why don't you go ahead? I think we're all set.
Yes, well, thank you. And thank you, Jack and Cliff and Jim and Mona for all, and David for all the work that you've done putting this together. It's really wonderful. It's wonderful to hear, to listen to you and to be taken back 50 years. And it's kind of, can it possibly be 50 years? And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I've been doing in the last few years. And I describe it more as reloading and renewing over the last 5 years. As many of you know who were at the last reunion, I remarried about 10 years ago to Jim Hurgett, a businessman. And professionally, up until July 2020, I was finishing out about 14 years as dean at the Case Western Reserve University School of Medicine. I then had a sabbatical for a year and went back to the faculty as a professor in the Center for Community Health Integration. And I'm a wife. I still have 2 sons who are married and have children of their own. I'm a grandmother of 5 and a stepmother of 2. The deanship went pretty well overall, and I couldn't help but think when you were talking about what happens with the students coming through now. You know, boy, we sure try to get the right people into the school. We have a lot of applicants. We should be able to pick the right people. And, we sure try to get the right people. Things happen in medical school, and it may be the pogo phenomenon. We've met the enemy and he's us. Many of our students come in wanting to do primary care, but very few leave headed into primary care specialties. We do a lot with interprofessional education. And one of the things that I was able to do while I was the dean was to get a new medical school building, which through the offices of our president and some of the hospital CEOs turned into an interprofessional education building, which you see up in the corner of the slide there, 500,000 square feet with a lot of new equipment and a lot of new ways to teach. Our students do very, very well. I can't, however, look you in the eye and say that they had the same Dr. Stead approach to patients. And that's something that remains a challenge in medical education today. So my sabbatical year began with moving into a new house. We decided that we wanted to be able to live on one floor. We didn't think we were going to need it quite as quickly as we did. So we bought a house in our favorite neighborhood, a couple of blocks away from the house I was in for 34 years. And unfortunately, it had been allowed to lie fallow. The yard was totally overgrown and the house was not in good shape at all. But my husband, Jim, when we started to move in, was on a walker, and he cleared the yard himself with one hand on the walker and one hand on the lopper. And we renovated the house completely from the studs up. We stripped everything out and renovated the studs. that Gothic door is our front door, and you can see the house, from the yard as visualized from the yard. We have nice paths there, garden paths, and we planted some nice roses and lilies, and the interior came out just as we liked. And we had a good time with it, but it was an effort, and it's taken a lot of our time and concentration. In the middle of that sabbatical year, my husband had a sinker following back injection for severe pain from multiple discs. And for some reason, following that, I can't say because of it, but following that, he developed a severe peripheral neuropathy, hands and feet, and his Parkinson's disease got worse. And so that at one point at his nadir, he couldn't stand, he couldn't feed himself, he couldn't clean his teeth, he couldn't shave. He's come a long way back with a lot of hard work. We completely revamped his meds. We got PT, OT, speech therapy, and he can walk maybe 60 feet with the walker. He feeds himself, he can shave, he cleans his teeth. But we use a lot of equipment to help, and we're very reluctant to fly. We go where we can reach by van equipped for a wheelchair, and we take a lot of equipment with us to make our lives easier. Professionally, when I came back from the sabbatical, it was clear to me that though I had been a tinkle the test tubes researcher and had spent a lot of time in the lab and also running the Clinical and Translational Science Award at Case Western Reserve, that you can't go home again to a wet lab after you've been out for 8 or 10 years. So I thought about all the things that I had seen happening in biomedical research and decided to reinvent myself and went into informatics and big data. I worked with a collaborator who was a professor and director of the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Drug Discovery, brilliant person, but doesn't have the medical background. So I do supply something there. And we have been working together. We've written several grants on COVID and chronic diseases. And we've gotten 2 multiple PI R01s, one on COVID and Alzheimer's disease, one on COVID and substance abuse, and we have one pending on COVID and kids, which I think is the scariest one of all, because I think some nasty things are happening to kids that we don't really understand yet. And we're trying to sort that out. I'm also doing a couple of other things. I'm looking into why women don't advance well in academic medicine. I have a collaborator, Peter Hovmand, who is an expert in creating, using systems analytics, and then we assign numbers, to the process of moving upward and simulate, and we try to figure out what the root causes of too few women being full professors, department chairs, and deans. And also, just to make life interesting, one of my collaborators has been working with the Microsoft HoloLens and uses mixed reality. Our entire anatomy curriculum at Case Western Reserve, or almost the entire curriculum, is holographic anatomy. And it's been very effective. Our students do very well, and it's a great thing. But we've also developed avatars, and in mixed reality. And I'm hoping to develop mechanisms of using those in medical education. So besides the professional reinvention, I've become a full-time professor as well as a full-time caregiver. And I do have an aide, for a few hours, 5 days a week. But the rest of the time, the caregiver would be me. And we do have great times with our family. Jim's girls. This is a picture of us with Jim's girls and their spouses. My 2 sons with Glenn, are Galen, who has, and these are three, his three girls and his wife Ann, and Jason, and that's Jason and his wife and his son Taryn and his daughter Cordelia. And this is the most recent photo of the available selection of grandchildren and children. So it's been a busy time, and I've made a big transition. But life is good. We've enjoyed redoing the house. We've enjoyed having Jason move 2 blocks away. Actually, I sold my old house to my son with the ulterior motive of positioning the grandchildren 9 minutes away as a 9-year-old walks. And it's been a good time. And I'm excited about informatics. I'm excited about big data, and I'm also excited to hear everything that you all are doing, the thoughts that you have. I'm impressed with everything that you do. I think the Nancy opening her house and her heart to so many other people, so many brilliant people, with important medical things to say. And I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the day. So thank you.
Comments or questions from anyone?
Anybody?
Thank you for that, Pam. This is Jean. And I would like for you, if you would, for you to say more about COVID and kids. Nancy, as I understand it, retired right before I was planning to do that. But then I've gotten re-enlisted in service after COVID because there's so many unusual symptoms that we're seeing in children and adolescents who have had COVID. Could you say some more about that?
Yeah, well, I'm very nervous about what might be happening. The paper that we just published a couple of months ago was on the increased rate of type 1 diabetes in children. And there's about an 80% increase in the rate of type 1. And we haven't published it, but we reran the data with Omicron and during the Omicron phase. And the increase is still there. So that's one thing. I think it's probably due to increasing autoimmunity in these kids. And, once you say that, you have to think about celiac disease. You have to think about other endocrinopathies. You have to think about arthritis. And you have to think about, in the adolescents, you have to think about lupus and other autoimmune diseases. There are a number of cardiac issues that seem to go up in children fairly dramatically. And we know that in adults, studies in the VA, I mean, it's just a huge hit in the cardiovascular system. And we are starting to see that in children. We haven't run as much with that. We're working with a database of about 110 million electronic health records. And it has all the virtues of electronic health records, but it has all the difficulties in them too. But 110 million cover a multitude of sins.
Thank you. On a psychiatric basis, we are seeing obviously so much more anxiety and depression. But in addition, we're seeing marked spikes in attention deficit disorder and an increase in conduct and violent disorders. So it makes me think about some of the conduct and violence that we're seeing in our society from adults as well.
Oh, yes. I went by the slide quickly, but I have 7 medical students working with me. My husband calls us the pink berets when I go up to have Zoom lab meetings with them. And one of them has taken on ADHD and another one has taken on autism. And we haven't had a chance really to validate their data, but their preliminary data, Jean, does say that ADHD, the new diagnoses of ADHD and of autism appear to go up. And we're also looking at suicidal tendencies. We've also looked at alcohol use disorder. That's not kids, but a lot of things are. There are a lot of psychiatric disorders that are just elevated. I think maybe some of them are not really COVID related so much as lockdown related and all the things that happened during the pandemic. And, you know, I have some associational data that suggests that, but I think we've done a lot of damage, I think, in a lot of ways with COVID and with the ways we chose to control it.
Well, thank you so much. And I'll stay in touch with you. I think Nancy has a question or comment as well. Nancy Livingston on the screen.
Nancy, you have to unmute yourself.
Nancy.
Nancy, you're mute.
Okay, there we go. My question was whether there's a differentiation between the disease and the vaccine. If there's been any study or you've looked into that. Thank you.
So for the most part, most of our vaccine work has been in adults, honestly. I just this week got the first readout from looking at vaccine in kids. So I don't want to say much in kids. In adults, the vaccine is protective in many instances. So we're happy with that. But we do see the myocarditis, pericarditis, endocarditis. It's been reported with that. And it's probably, you know, the first pass with the kids, it seems that maybe it's not so good if you have pre-existing congenital heart disease or some pre-existing cardiac diagnosis. That is can be one of the risk factors for the vaccine response. In general, the vaccine is helpful, but there are breakthroughs, and some underlying disorders really set you up for breakthrough infections too.
And Rick Miller here. I'm interested in the holographic gross anatomy that you mentioned in passing. Some of you may recall that you rarely saw me in gross anatomy lab, and that was because I was the victim of a very serious pulmonary injury with hot gaseous formaldehyde when I was working in research at the DuPont experimental station in my hometown. So I was extremely sensitive to formalin. I couldn't stand being in the lab, but I'm very interested in the idea of holographic gross anatomy, because I think that would be a wonderful thing.
It actually has worked very, very well, Rick. We do have prosection, you know, the students do see a cadaver, but I would say 90% of the instruction in anatomy is in holograms. And it took a long time to construct them very well, but you could put your head into the middle of it and look down and see the diaphragm and look up and see the spinal cord, depending on which holograms you're looking at. One of the cardiothoracic surgeons opined that he had never, in fact, seen the diaphragm from above because the lungs were always in the way. And, you know, it was, so it's very helpful with a lot of things. For the nervous system, it's blown up so big that the brain appears to be 6 feet wide, and it appears to be a 30-foot spinal cord coming out. And you can look between the pia and the dura and see the blood vessels. I mean, it's really remarkable. So, and by the way, Rick, you're a neurosurgeon. One of the things the group is doing, not mine, but the group, is creating surgical theaters to simulate surgeries before you have to do them, creating three-dimensional models of the patient's tumor or the patient's lesion. And then you go in and you see holographically what you are going to encounter when you when you get in there, in the real patient with the real knife.
Thank you.
One more. One more question.
Dave Garr has a question here.
Pam, that was a really impressive presentation. I'm just interested, reflecting on your career and what you thought about retirement. This doesn't sound like retirement at all. I'd be interested to hear some of you have good reason, unfortunately, given your husband's disability, to have retired truly. And I'd be interested to hear what motivated you to take on what you're taking on, because you're really into some very important work. And,
why am I still here? Good question. When I decided to step down as dean, I knew I still had energy, and I knew that there were still things that I felt like I could do. And I had a lot of ideas, and the problem really was focusing more than anything else. When Jim had his difficulties, I could not have handled that if I had been the dean. There would be no way to do that. But with more flexibility in a research career, and particularly with a computer-based research career, and being able to attract graduate students and medical students and postdocs to work with you, this is like a dream come true, to be able to make great hopefully contributions that are worth something, and then but also to be able to break off. And I'm working a lot at home, enormously from home, and this has been a good time for me. It turned out the timing was fortuitous, and I was able to work with Jim, and he's come back a long way. That man has more guts than, he's come back from not much. And looking at Cliff, the neurologist, how many people come back from that kind of disability to be able to use things again, and to be able to walk a bit and be able to stand, to be able to transfer. I have great admiration for what he can do. But I suppose one of these days I'm going to wake up and feel it. Maybe it's time, but I haven't woken up and felt that way yet.
Thank you, Pam. And now, live from Italy, we have the only medical student at Duke in our class who came from Columbia, besides myself, James Charney, live from Italy.
Hi. I wanted to thank the organizers of the reunion and this session, Jack, Jim, Cliff, and Mona, for making it possible for me to participate all the way from Italy. I really wanted to be here, but our olive harvest happens tomorrow, and I just couldn't manage being two places at once. I'm going to be talking.
Put up your share screen now or later? Okay.
What was that?
Let me know when you want to start.
I'm starting now. Oh, okay. My book, Madness at the Movies, is coming out in January. This was my first book, so it was all new to me. I was naive. I thought once you had a contract with a publisher, it was smooth sailing. But at least in my case, it was anything but. I know many of you have published books, and I'm guessing many were with university presses. And I'd love to hear later whether any of you had similar troubles as I had keeping true to the book you wanted to write. I will mostly be reading this talk because otherwise I think I would get lost in the weeds and ramble on. This experience was often upsetting to me, and it was quite an education, and there's a lot to tell. A little background first. Writing Madness at the Movies was a long delayed passion project. I love to teach, and even with a busy private practice, I was always looking for more opportunities to do it. Besides tutoring medical students, I invented courses to teach both at Yale College and at the medical school, and I did several of those. But this was the one that turned out to be most precious for me because it combined my work as a psychiatrist and my hobby as a lover of movies. I'm a self-taught movie buff, an amateur, The only film course I ever took was literally the only course in film at Columbia when I was an undergraduate. Film studies as a discipline did not yet exist. My education also came from repeated visits to the Thalia Theater on the Upper West Side, where they showed double feature programs of classic films, which back then was the only way you could see old films. I was always looking for ways to learn more. Through much of my time at Duke, I wrote film reviews for the campus newspaper, The Chronicle, just to keep my hand in. This book, Madness at the Movies, is based on the course I created and I taught at Yale for 13 years, a seminar for college seniors. It was the most satisfying teaching experience of my life. The seminar had several intentions: to teach the experience of madness, what it's like for someone who's experiencing a particular mental illness, to help students learn how to observe and read behavior, a skill that I think would serve them well, whatever their career goals, and show them how a psychiatrist makes a diagnosis. Also, the course would explore film history and film craft, how a film works to draw you into the inner world of a character in a movie who has a mental illness. And it would introduce students to movie classics, masterpieces they very often did not know. I would change the madnesses and the movies year after year, learning what worked best. I had been dismayed early on to discover how little even the most sophisticated Yale students knew about films that came out before they were born. To them, a classic movie was something from the 70s like Jaws or the original Star Wars. They were not wrong, but there were lots of years before then that drew a blank. Most had never seen a black and white film. Many had never seen a foreign film. Most did not know who Bergman or Fellini were, never mind Howard Hawks or John Ford or Billy Wilder. They knew Alfred Hitchcock, but only from Psycho, and most only because they'd seen the shower scene on YouTube. The class would fill in many of those gaps. My Yale course was quite popular. Each year there would be about 150 students applying for the 25 places in the seminar. The demand was similar when I taught versions of the course after I retired at 2 universities in Rome and at the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia, where my son and his family live. In casual conversation, if I mentioned my course, friends and strangers would immediately ask what films was I using, and they'd suggest other films I might include. It seemed to me the interest was not just academic. There was a more general audience for this subject. People found it intriguing and fun to think about. Yale dealt with the fact that my course straddled 2 disciplines by co-sponsoring it in the departments of psychology and film studies. So for some 20 years, I thought about writing a book based on the course, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. In the course, the students and I watched a featured film together every week, and the next day we would join in class to discuss it and to look at excerpts from other films on the same madness. Now, how do you do that in a book? My son, Noah, is an author. His subject is art history and art crime, and he's published some 15 books with another that just came out this week. So he knows the business. This was going to be my first book, and at the time, I thought my only book. His persistent urging and his guidance putting together a book proposal, and then COVID lockdowns helped me come up with a solution. The book would be a greatest hits of madnesses and movies from the course. I'd write casual, personal essays about each madness in film, as clinically rigorous as I can make it, but accessible, conversational, occasionally going off on tangents, hopefully a good read. After all those years of teaching the course, this was my baby and it would be in my voice. But my book was clearly a zebra. It didn't easily fit standard categories. Many publishers I applied to had trouble with the dual nature of the book. They said it would be hard to market. Noah often had good advice for me. He said, don't try to change your book to meet any one publisher's criticisms. The next publisher is likely to love what the first one hated. Stay the course until you find a publisher who says yes. You only need one. Johns Hopkins University Press turned out to be that one. I should have guessed that, even though they decided to publish it, that they would have some problems too. I'd always thought of Madness at the Movies more as a trade book, a book for the general reader, someone intrigued by my title and interested in mental illness, film history, or film craft. But this highly regarded university press made the offer, so I took it. The first hint of trouble was when, before deciding whether to publish, they gave the proposal and the sample chapter to 3 reviewers, all psychiatrists, no film studies people. They were ignoring the dual nature of the book. I got very nicely respectful reviews. The writer is obviously qualified to write about mental illness. 2 reviewers volunteered they would definitely buy the book, which I guess is unusual in a peer review. One recommended that the book would be better if it included photos. And I had been too timid to ask for that, but it's something I really wanted, so I was really glad for that suggestion. When the Hopkins board approved offering me a contract, they focused on the number of abnormal psychology classes it might be used for as a supplemental text. If only 5% of those classes chose the book, it would mean significant sales. They offered that I could include 144 film stills when I'd only asked for 100. The book wound up at 169 images, but that's another story. Setting aside their narrow view of the book's potential readership, this seemed like a really good start. But then they surprised me, saying it needed to be reviewed by a second board, the faculty board, which no one had told me about, and whose mandate I never fully understood, but I guess it was to see if the book met academic standards. Remember, I was really naive about the publishing world and about university presses specifically. Well, that board, it turned out, only has psychologists on it. My editor decided to go on vacation that week, which was a big mistake, and there was no one there to defend the book. They had nothing at all critical to say about my psychiatric bona fides. However, they had a field day piling on, and which is the phrase my editor used as he apologized reading their report, piling on issues of political correctness and my movie choices. It seemed to me they were wanting me to dumb it down and remove anything remotely challenging to make it so teachers would be less concerned assigning it in classrooms and students would like it more. They were messing with my book and it made me angry. I was first told of the objections from the board a few hours before we had friends over for dinner. They happened to be lawyers, including a London entertainment lawyer with clients like Daniel Craig, who's James Bond, and a hedge fund pioneer who knows how to negotiate. It became what we talked about over the meal. Or I should be honest, more correctly, I ranted and they calmed me down. Before you know it, they declared themselves Team Madness. They would advise me on the board complaints and later on any contract that was offered. Noah's advice had been, yes, say yes to everything and then write whatever you want. And Team Madness immediately agreed with Noah. Say yes and do whatever you want. After all, it's your book. But simply saying yes was not so easy. To my mind, the board members' ignorance about film was only exceeded by their arrogance. They insisted that no one has ever heard of these movies. One of the members actually quoted her husband on this. He had never heard of them, so no one has. The movies were too old. Students wouldn't be interested in movies they never heard of. These were the complaints. To my mind, this was incredibly wrong. And in spite of Noah and Team Madness's good advice, I couldn't just say yes without rebutting them. The movies in the course and in the book ranged from the 1940s to last year and are from half a dozen countries. There are some 50 films discussed in the book, and they're anything but obscure. Films like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Taxi Driver, Psycho, Repulsion, Ordinary People, and others that maybe are a little bit less known, like Bergman's Through a Glass Darkly, or Cassavetes' A Woman Under the Influence, or Michael Powell's Peeping Tom. These are all classics, and most are masterpieces of movie making. So, as the board required, I wrote a detailed response to their complaints. I told them these movies were the best examples of each madness that I could find, and they had proven themselves year after year in the teaching I did in my course. They were staying in the book, so much for saying yes to everything. And by the way, every one of them is on any list of 100 greatest films ever made. I told them that my Yale students consistently expressed enthusiasm discussing these movies and would often thank me at the end of the term for introducing them to a world of films they didn't know. I agreed, however, to explain the use of these films in my introduction. The board challenged another thing. The board challenged my use of the word madness. I used it in the title because it's catchy. It exactly describes my subject. And as an English major, I like the alliteration, Madness at the Movies. With that title, people immediately get what the book is about. The word has a long history, and as I use it, the way I use it, it is not pejorative, it is merely descriptive. The board insisted I explain that. They demanded also that I remove the movies of Roman Polanski and Woody Allen. They were too controversial. Ironically, one of the psychologists wrote, I don't agree with cancel culture. In fact, I would love to see Polanski's latest film on the Dreyfus affair, but I can't because no American distributor will handle it. But then she wants me to cancel Polanski and Allen for my book. Go figure. I insisted that both movies were going to stay in, but I reluctantly agreed to explain why they were in the book, in spite of their controversial personal histories. The board asked, where are the underrepresented talents in the book? The Blacks, the LGBTQs, the female directors. I told them that there aren't any in the book because they haven't yet made any films that fit my subject. Something else they insisted I had to justify in my introduction. They wanted separate trigger warnings for each madness chapter. This is something I have little sympathy for, even though long before it became a thing, I did a version of it in the first class of my seminar every year. I had acknowledged how upsetting some of these films could be, and I would invite students to come to me with their concerns, or better, to turn them into teaching moments by bringing their concerns to the class. I said no to trigger warnings, but I agreed to include a general warning in the introduction. So my relatively lean and focused introduction chapter was getting longer with every objection, bloated by apologies and justifications. I was not happy, but it was the price I had to pay to move forward. But then came the contract. Team Madness reviewed it and declared it horribly one-sided. And their advice, don't be afraid to call their bluff. That's easy for them to say. I am a conflict avoider. So the idea of telling a publisher their contract was unacceptable and that I wanted changes made me very nervous. But with the team behind me, I gave it a try. Some of the more objectionable clauses even I could see. Several were only ones I understood after the team pointed them out and explained why they were not okay. Right at the top, Hopkins assigned the copyright to themselves, the publisher, not to me, the author. This was not going to happen. If the that was the first thing that was absolutely unacceptable. Even I could see that. And the next one was, if the publisher wants a second edition, the contract stipulated that the decision was theirs, and if I decided not to do it, they could choose who writes it without consulting me. In other words, they could choose someone to write a second edition for my very personal book. Also, if for some reason I didn't finish the book, the contract stipulated they could choose someone else to write it. Both of these provisions were unacceptable. This book was uniquely my project. It's quite personal. It would be like having some random person finish your memoir. I insisted they change the wording so they could only make any decision like this with the author's permission. And finally, most egregiously to me, the contract said, and I'll quote this, the final manuscript must be satisfactory to Johns Hopkins in form, style, and content. In addition, it had to have a positive peer review as judged reasonably by Hopkins. So throwing in the term reasonably looks good, but still leaves all the cards in the publisher's hand. And who defines satisfactory or positive or reasonably? This was way too vague, and it basically meant they could make a unilateral decision not to publish. Contrast that with a contract that Noah showed me of his most recent book with a trade publisher, and it reads this way. If the publisher finds the manuscript to be unacceptable, the publisher will provide the author with a detailed written comment, and the author shall have 60 days to resubmit. Much better. I insisted that Hopkins change the wording to the exact wording from this trade publisher. And to my amazement, there were a couple of other things, by the way. Their royalty numbers were totally out of sync with the way the industry set it up. And they only offered me 10 complimentary copies, and I was feeling on a roll, so I asked for 50. To my surprise and relief, every single paragraph I challenged, they agreed to change and correct without any fuss. They were basically seeing what they could get away with. This did not give me confidence in my publisher. So once that was out of the way, I could actually sit down and begin to write, and my deadline was a year away. The actual writing was a delight. It was a pleasure. I would submit 3 chapters at a time to my editor. He would make minimal suggestions for change. He was approving enthusiastically with how it was looking. The board approved the entire final manuscript without any question. And then we came to the copy editing and proofing, and that was even better. What a relief. These were real professionals, and interestingly, this work was outsourced to a company that only did copy editing and proofing. The exchanges back and forth with them by emails, I began to feel like they were the best of friends and I had never met them. They were making suggestions how to make the book better, but always keeping it my book, my voice, my choices. It was a 3-month process and I enjoyed every minute of it. And I thought the battles were over. But all of a sudden, the marketing people turned around and said, you can't have madness in the title. Without asking me, they gave it to 2 psychiatrists on the faculty to consider. I told my editor, I didn't care what the psychiatrists say. The title is non-negotiable. I would pull my book if they changed the title. I had to fight for it to be the title of my course for Yale, and I was going to insist on it for this book. By the way, it's really catchy and people remember it, so I wanted to hold on to it. Meanwhile, just to be sure, and because I'm more than a little obsessive, I researched academic books that had madness in the title. There are lots, including one I discovered, and this really was gratifying, was about to be published by Hopkins that spring. So finding this out felt good, and I submitted it, and I think it had nothing to do with their decision. But interestingly, the psychiatrist said, okay, madness can stay. However, you have to add a subtitle. I thought this was unnecessary, but my idea was that if there was going to be a subtitle, it should add information about what is in the book, not simply restate the title in more academically acceptable languages. So my choice for a subtitle, they asked me, was Understanding the Experience of Mental Illness Through Classic Films. That I could handle. Their choice, Understanding Mental Illness Through Film, which is actually a bit misleading, not the same as understanding the experience of mental illness, which is what my book was about. They also cut out classic because they insisted the word classic would kill it for students. I don't think that's true. In passing, many of my students didn't know anything about the movies of the course. They were interested in the subject. And so they were very happy to be introduced to films that meant nothing to them going in and meant a lot to them going out. Anyway, I accepted their subtitle. You have to choose your battles. This was a battle I didn't fight. I had repeated opportunities to realize how important it is not to be afraid to ask for what you want. The contract was one example. The title was another. Another issue was pricing. Textbooks are often priced $60, $70, $90, and a high price would lose the impulse buy of a general reader, and I thought my book would be interesting to general readers. So I asked for them to price it as a trade book, and to my surprise, they said fine and priced it at $39, which is a little bit more than a novel, but very reasonable. Then marketing asked me to, this one killed me. Then marketing asked me to write a short description of the book for their spring catalog. Fine, I sent it to them. They sent me their version, where they rewrote it based on mine. And they asked me to vet it only for facts to make sure that there wasn't anything wrong in it. But they had eliminated all mention of the fact that there were movies in the book. A dilemma, how to tell them about this oversight diplomatically. Instead of checking for facts, I added 2 sentences on how I use movies, and I sent it back, explaining as politely as I could that they are potentially losing half the audience for the book if they don't mention that I talk about film. To my surprise, they agreed, and they actually apologized, and they used my revised version intact. So the press seems to be coming around to accepting my book as I want it to be understood, written for an audience broader than just the classroom. I'm very happy with how the book turned out, with how Hopkins seems to be supporting it now. I'm less happy with how hard I had to fight to maintain my vision for the book, but in the end, it was worth doing because in January, I will have Madness at the Movies, this book that means a lot to me, a record of the course that was the center of my teaching life, a gift to my son, who supported me so completely in this project, and a legacy for my granddaughters. Thanks for listening. I feel better already. Oh, a couple of things. If anyone is interested in buying the book, please email me or write to Jack or Mona, and they'll let me know, because I have a code where you can get a significant discount. So that if you have any interest in the book, let me know. And one more thing, I had originally been scheduled to do a talk called Hollywood Healers, which was based on the research I did for the final chapter of the book. The final chapter of the book goes away from the basic structure, which is one mental illness, one madness per chapter, and focusing on how it's portrayed in a film. The final chapter talks about how therapy is portrayed in movies and what they get right and what they get wrong. They get lots wrong. but also why, and why it's so hard to correctly convey the essence of therapy in a 2-hour film. So I put together a talk about that, and the talk was filled with lots of film clips. And I delivered it at a couple of conferences. It lasted about an hour. And I naively, I could be naive, in more ways than one, thought I could condense this talk, which was called Hollywood Healers. I could condense this talk into the 20 minutes that was allowed for this session. But I tried and I couldn't, because there were so many film clips, and you just can't, even editing the film clips made it impossible to do it right. So I let them know, Jack and Jim and Cliff, and said, okay, let me do a different topic. But they had all gotten excited about my topic. And so they said that I should poll folks at the meeting today and see if anyone might be interested in my doing a separate Zoom on Hollywood Healers, which would be filled with film clips showing the history of how psychotherapy has been portrayed in the movies. And that would be about a 1-hour Zoom. Okay, I'm
So
done.
we are going to do that suggestion. And I've talked to a number of you, and everyone in Jim is very enthusiastic about this. We'll try to work something out with David Jarrett, maybe having something before 6 months, David, but to share this with you, because I think, put it out to the whole class. I think it'd be, absolutely fascinating and interesting to do.
I'll be very happy to do it. I enjoy giving that talk.
Okay. We're going to move on now. Thanks a lot, James. That was great. But we'll ask questions the next time. We're going to have to set this section up.
While we're setting up here, I'm just going to tell you that with the next presentation, that Brant Mittler from Texas, we're going from Italy to Texas. The degree of difficulty has gone up in terms of the Zooming and what we're going to try to do here. Brant was always a high wire guy, and this is no exception. So, Brant, we want you to unmute yourself and get ready. So,
okay.
That's the guy.
If you could do that later, I'm going to just I'm going to explain this a little bit with Brant. So Brant's talk is excited delirium defense. Is it a real diagnostic entity? And as many of you know, Brant is a lawyer. He deals with these issues, and so he's given us 2 videos. One that we're going to show, and one that I just learned 10 minutes ago that he's going to show, that I've been trying to work with him on. And then he's going to talk about these as examples.
We got the expert here in case he can't share.
So, Brant, do you want to just begin talking, and then we'll be ready with the George Floyd video for a minute or so. But go ahead, Brant.
Okay, I've got 2 stopwatches going here, so I'm going to try to stay within time back. Maybe we can give some time back. First of all, thanks to all of the organizers, Mona, Jack, Jim, Cliff. You all have done a fabulous job, and to the presenters today. Wow, what a wonderful conference. It's so great to see all of our classmates. This, as you all know, I went from after doing 22 years straight of medicine, I went to law school in 1998, graduated in 2001, and started practicing law. And I know I didn't go to law school to become an expert witness, although I've done expert witness work for, I guess, 40 years. I actually do try cases. While most of my work has been for plaintiffs, I do represent doctors and hospital peer review, credentialing, Texas Medical Board work, and increasingly lately in some commercial litigation, and also helping doctors now negotiate selling their practices to large hospital systems, which is a tough process. So in any case, what I want to talk about today is 2 cases that I was involved in relatively recently as an expert witness involving excited delirium, which is a defense used in police death cases. The most famous example that people have heard of is the George Floyd case, and we're going to show a clip of that to start. These 2 cases that I'm going to show you here in San Antonio occurred, one in 2013 and one in 2015, but involve the same defense and the controversial diagnosis of excited delirium syndrome. So why don't y'all play the first clip, please?
Come here, Jack. How do we do that?
This is going to be the George Floyd. We're just going to show you the first couple minutes of this. And
Where's the video though? That's the question.
Mohammed, can you go ahead?
Yeah, so here's video that I can share.
I said it was going to be a high wire act. I wasn't lying. We tried
this.
I don't know where.
We're going to.
This reminds me of a Gary Larson cartoon back from our days where the Tarzan's handlers are convincing him to make a jump off the tree from.
Okay, we got it. Yeah. Thanks for seeing it. Can everybody on Zoom hear the sound?
Yes.
George Floyd's death at the hand of Minneapolis police officers has sparked angry protests all across the country tonight. The video of an officer with his knee on Floyd's neck as Floyd pleads for his life has shocked Americans. More tonight from Sarah Seidner. And I must warn you, the video is graphic, difficult to watch.
My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. Please. Please. Please, I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, man.
46-year-old George Floyd spent the last minutes of his life begging for one simple thing. A breath.
I'm about to die, just say. Relax. Man, I can't breathe in my face.
The begging for breath goes on for 3 minutes and 9 seconds.
Mama!
Get up and get in the car right.
I can't.
You can't win, man.
I'm through.
What do you want?
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe.
Bro, get up, get in the car, man.
I will. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me, man.
Even after Floyd becomes unresponsive, Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin keeps pressing his knee down on him. The video shows after a total of 7 minutes and 54 seconds of this, Floyd stops moving altogether.
I just don't understand what more we gotta go through in life, man. They didn't have to do that to him.
The beginning of Floyd's end was the 911 call that brought him face to face with these officers.
Brant, go ahead.
Okay, so everybody's, I think, familiar with seeing that sequence of events. At Derek Chauvin's trial, one of the defenses involved the diagnosis of excited delirium syndrome, which, you know, there are various various definitions. One is that it's described as a psychiatric illness characterized by a sudden onset of extreme agitation, confusion, and aggression that can make people irrationally combative and dangerous. The defense, which I'll explain in a bit, basically involves a supposed sequence of events that the person who often has methamphetamine and cocaine in their system is in some sort of a hyperactive, elevated catecholamine state such that they die, and that their death is unavoidable and has nothing to do with what the police are doing. And we'll talk about some of the evidence of that. Now, the two cases that I was involved in, I have been involved in, one of which was just settled this year, the Jesse Aguirre case, after 9 years, there was a short report on them on a show by NBC. So let's see if we can play that clip, Jack.
You're going to need to share your screen.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
He's going to do the share screening.
Oh, where's this?
Well, and your
Zoom. I'm trying to find the, I thought I could do the, I'm sorry. NBC. Can you see this?
No.
You can't see it? I'm sorry.
You need to do share screen, and then
I have share screen. I'm sorry. Okay, I see share screen right here.
And do you see it on the the different documents you can select under share screen?
Yeah, but I can't see it. I'm sorry. Well, we'll just tell you about it, I guess. The Aguirre case. I thought y'all could show that. We could show the video, which is pulled up on my here. Right here. Can you see it?
But if you shared the voice, would that work? And then you talk over the voice that you're hearing, Brent, or do you need?
Can you see that now?
No.
Sorry. Well, I'm sorry, guys.
Make him a host and he can share the screen.
He is a host. He can share the screen.
Oh, here it is right here. Got it. How come this is not pulling up?
There we go. You got it, Brent.
Got it. You ready?
There we go.
All right. We're going to show about 6 minutes here, guys. Country as a sort of get out of jail free card.
Yeah, tell him make it full screen.
Can you turn the volume up either here or on Brent's? We don't hear the voice.
He probably has no audio.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Are you hearing it?
No, we can't.
Now we can.
Click on that box and make it full screen.
Lead us to believe that it may be a case of psychosis.
What about the tasing? So that had nothing to do with it. Excited delirium.
A forensic expert leader hired by the city of San Antonio said that Norman Cooper died of excited delirium, a condition where someone in a highly agitated state can basically drop dead from an adrenaline overdose. But here's the thing, excited delirium deaths often occur in police custody, and major medical associations don't even recognize it as a real condition. Which brings us to the death of Norman Cooper. What was Norman like?
Always a gentle giant. Yeah, he was a big guy.
When he was born, I thought something was wrong with him. He was all buff, and I asked the doctor, I said, something wrong with him? He said, no, you just have a football player. And he turned the phone, and that's when he was. He and Nate were always close. He's hugging Nate there. But of the three children, Norman was the most compassionate. Norman was the most sensitive.
After Norman died, the Cooper family called lawyers.
The Cooper family has filed a civil rights case claiming that his constitutional rights were violated in the manner in which the police treated him. Excited delirium has been used by medical examiners for a number of years. Basically, when people die in police custody, die.
That weekend, back in 2015, Jennifer and Noble Cooper were out of town, and Norman was staying at their place. The family said that Norman arrived at their house around 2 a.m. and started pounding on the door for his little brother Nate to let him in.
He was sweating. He wasn't really at himself. He looked like maybe he was intoxicated or something of that nature.
According to Nate, then Norman was saying, you need to be saved. That means you need to let God save you.
The Lord God had called me.
Nate's trying to calm him down. He realized he can't, and he didn't know what else to do, so he calls the police.
And then at that particular time, they started tasing him as though there was some vicious animal with there.
Hadn't touched nobody. His only crime was preaching to his brother. That's evil.
Norman's autopsy mentions taser-like wounds on his body, but ultimately blames his death on a cocktail of things: the methamphetamine found in his system, a prolonged struggle, and an enlarged heart. We asked many times to speak with the San Antonio Police Department, which gives its officers training on excited delirium, but our requests were declined. We were able to speak to Teresa DeMaio, a nurse who wrote the book on excited delirium, with her husband, a Texas medical examiner. She estimates that hundreds of excited delirium deaths are recorded in America each year.
History of psychostimulant abuse. psychomotor agitation, excitation, violent, combative, belligerent, assault, not responding to authorities, verbal commands, psychosis, delusional, paranoid, fearful, yelling, shouting, guttural sounds. They basically die of cardiac arrest.
Some people argue that excited delirium is really just an excuse that police officers give when they kill someone in their custody, and it's a way of whitewashing murder.
Well, I think those that have proposed that narrative, and I love that word, narrative, usually you hear that coming from the legal community. They have vested interest in it.
Dr. Brent Mittler was asked by the Cooper's lawyer to file an expert report.
Excited delirium syndrome is used by police departments all over the country as a sort of get out of jail free card. The main threat of Norman Cooper was that he was 6 feet tall, weighed 278 pounds, and was black.
I mean, can you understand why people think that maybe the term is being used to cover up some sort of police injustice?
There is no color when you autopsy a body. And when someone is called to a scene with a violent person, they're not looking at the color of the individual. They're looking to gain control.
I think that the symptoms he was exhibiting showed elements of mental illness along with evidence of the effects of drugs. Neither of those two things would be expected to cause cardiac sudden death.
Before taser was even known, they did neck holds to restrain these individuals. And they were blamed for blocking the airway by neck holds. Now it's taser is the bad boy on them.
But the company that makes tasers has often been accused of using excited delirium to cover up death by taser. About a decade ago, Taser International started educating cops about excited delirium, introducing the diagnosis into courts. I spoke with a representative of the company, which is now called Axon. He told me that when he reads a news headline, something about death and tasers, he gets in touch with the local police department, sends them some literature, some of it about excited delirium.
And I've got them pre-staged as a draft.
Yeah.
I literally just have to plug in the name of the city and say, dear so-and-so, I understand you may have had an arrest-related death. Here's my checklist. Here are some recommendations.
Okay. Were you all able to hear all of that?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. That video is mainly about Norman Cooper, death by taser. We're excited. Dr. Vincent DeMaio provided the defense and blamed it on the death on excited delirium, in spite of the fact that Cooper was tased 9 times, many times simultaneously. He was unarmed. He died repeatedly saying, "Thank you, Jesus." And it was and he was not resisting arrest. He was tased having walked with the police upstairs to get his driver's license because they demanded to see his driver's license. And for some reason, they started tasing him because he wouldn't when he gave him his driver's license, they said, "Put your hands behind your back." He wouldn't do it. And they tased him to death while his mother was on the phone trying to talk to him and listening. There was a brief clip where you saw somebody out in traffic being pulled over a concrete barrier, and that was the Jesse Aguirre case. And that was a case that was just recently settled here in San Antonio for a paltry sum of about $460,000. Aguirre was a man who was, again, running in traffic. He had methamphetamine and some cocaine in his system. He was distraught because he had just learned his mother had been given a diagnosis of terminal cancer. And the police got him out of traffic. As you all may or may not know, when the police are taught to deal with patients who are acutely ill, mentally ill, they're told to de-escalate. You all probably know the term de-escalate. The San Antonio police approached the first words out of their mouth, and this is cited in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals opinion, which sustained my expert opinion, was they accused him. They used the term MF. I won't say it, but they yelled at him. They pulled a gun on him, yelled at him, and told him they were going to kill him if he didn't stop running. So that was their attempt to de-escalate. he then complied. They pulled him, as you saw, they pulled him over the concrete barrier on his head. They put him on a police car over the hood where he didn't resist for a minute and a half. Then they threw him to the ground and put him in a hog tie position. Ankles up behind his neck, hands handcuffed behind his back with 5 police officers on him. And after approximately 5 minutes, he expired. All of this is on video. Now, we had the video, but due to it was a decision by Jack and Jim that it would have been too difficult to show excerpts of that video, but you could clearly see him dying. They then sit him up dead, and they spend another 4.5 minutes before they start feeble CPR compressions, not at the recommended, 100 compressions a minute. And when they finally start compressions, of course, it's futile. Prior to that, the police are seen laughing and talking to each other, having a great time while he's dying and dead. That case initially was tossed out of court by the same federal district judge that tossed the Norman Cooper case, but the ultra-conservative Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld my analysis that there was excessive force used. And that illegally, the analysis involves a violation of somebody's Fourth Amendment rights to unreasonable search and seizure. A seizure is apprehending somebody is considered a seizure. These lawsuits are filed under, they're civil rights cases filed under Section 1983. And this is really basically a law that was promulgated in 1871 to give, and during the times of Reconstruction, to give former slaves the ability to sue states and localities that were violating their civil rights, because the law was using the law to violate their civil rights. So, but the progression from a 14th Amendment violation of due process to the Fourth Amendment, a violation of, or the right to a reasonable search and seizure, to not have unreasonable search and seizure, that was promulgated by the U.S. Supreme Court by a series of case law. So what we basically have is a series of, basically, there are several thousand cases a year where people die in police custody. The diagnosis of excited delirium is used to defend the police. And the idea being that once these people get in whatever state they're in, usually while under restraint by police, that they're going to die anyway, that nothing can be done to save them. The American Psychiatric Association, the World Health Organization via the ICD code do not recognize the diagnosis of excited delirium. The AMA has condemned it as a racist diagnosis, I think rightfully so. But unfortunately, the American College of Emergency Physicians issued a 2009 paper in which they have lent credibility to this diagnosis. So I think I've probably at this point exceeded my time. Police are trained in it. There were recent controversies with the Minneapolis police that have, we have the slide decks of the Minneapolis police teaching on this, and there's been a lot of controversy with the use of ketamine to sedate these people in the field. The most recent example being a reanalysis of the death of Elijah McClain in Colorado, which was an excited delirium death where a large dose of ketamine was given in the field by EMS. So you've got police sort of trained to see this and seek it out. You've got medical examiners and coroners often working with the police. You've got EMS making this diagnosis in the field and administering ketamine. And you have a mixture, all of this mixed up with, racism and bad police behavior. And let me just finish by saying the police unions are very powerful. The San Antonio Police and Fire Union has a pension fund that is $3 billion with a B, $3 billion. They're extremely powerful. The police, and in both cases, there were some police who were common to both the Cooper and the Aguirre case. None of them are disciplined. When the San Antonio police are disciplined, just like the Minneapolis police, most of the time they go to arbitration and any discipline is overturned. So this is a major problem involved with a controversial diagnosis. And let me just end by I know I've gone, but just one funny thing about how lawyers think in terms of doctors. I testified that I didn't believe excited delirium existed, but if it did exist, the San Antonio police violated all of their written policies on how to deal with it. The court said, well, Mittler says he can't tell whether it exists or not. So we can't hold him accountable for violating a policy of a diagnosis that doesn't exist. That's how lawyers think. So in any case, thanks for the opportunity to talk about this. And again, it's just great to be with everybody and hear your life experiences.
They have the meeting online.
This afternoon.
So, Grant.
Yeah.
This is James Frey.
Yes.
You remember me?
You're my co-author. Thank you.
I'm a ghostwriter. Yeah. We've just had so many hours on the emails going over these videos, and he sends them all, and I send him back pages of say this, just one sentence. And I know it's not possible for a lawyer to just say one sentence, but he did right out of his head what we knew he would do. He articulated what it's all about, like in a paragraph or two. And the videos, told the story. Now, I spent as much time probably researching this as Brant did. That's a joke, Brant. Okay. But I mean, I was last night, doing it all over again and sending email back to him and Jack about, why don't we take a clip of this, and Brant can talk and blah, 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 and all this technology is like,
well,
technology is the answer, but that's not the question. Okay. So you guys have any questions? Rick.
Rick Miller.
Hi, Rick.
Hi, nice to see you again after all these years.
Yeah, good to see you.
When I saw your title, Excited Delirium, it made me think about the many courses for the in-field management of closed head injury that I gave for EMTs, along with my partners and other members of the staff at the hospital where I was involved. And one of the things that we all observed, and I can say I personally observed this, is that the people who are attracted to being first responders of all types, whether it's police, EMTs, you name it, they are by and large an excitable group of people. They love the excitement of a bad car wreck or of a gunshot wound or whatever. And one of the things that we had the greatest difficulty when we were teaching the so-called ABCs of resuscitation was to tamp down or put some governor on the desire to intubate the patient in the field, because there were many, many disastrous outcomes of in-field intubation, not the least of which is esophageal intubation, which then ends up in a patient who is not breathing on the way to the emergency room. So I think that one of the things that's going on here is that you're dealing with a group of people who love the excitement of the chase and of the capture. And they are people who are going to defend themselves to the hilt because they think they're doing the right thing. And in many instances, perhaps they are doing the right thing. But I believe that what happened in the George Floyd case was that Derek Chauvin simply, he was in a state of delirium himself. He was not thinking.
Yeah.
So that's my observation for you.
Yeah, Rick, I appreciate that. Just a couple of comments. And of course, in the interest of time, I didn't, go over all of the training manual and San Antonio police get a 40-hour course on excited delirium, a week of training. But one of the things that most police departments, and in the Norman Cooper case, they articulated excited delirium at the scene. In the George Floyd case, they mentioned excited delirium at the scene. So what they're supposed to do is call EMS immediately. And in none of these cases was EMS there. You mentioned intubation. In addition, in the Aguirre case, the San Antonio's chief combat medic, in other words, the medic who takes care of the police if they're injured, was standing there. He was one of the ones laughing, and he did nothing. So I agree with you. I do think they have the capacity to respond, but they often don't want to respond. For various reasons. And it's not a matter of, many of the officers involved in the Aguirre case were Hispanic. So it's not a matter of totally white versus Hispanic, or white versus black, underserved minorities who are police, acting against the minorities. Let me say also, I've sent Jack and Jim a lot of references, PDFs of a major law review article, the Fifth Circuit opinion, a lot of other major articles on excited delirium in the medical literature. If anybody's interested, they have them, or you can write to me. I've got hundreds of references if anybody's interested.
Hey, just a minute. Hey, does anybody have a question here, please? Brent, many late hours with you, and it's much appreciated. I had to drag him out of the woods to do this. He hasn't come back to our reunions. He's been a little sheepish about it, because he sort of went to the dark side, but he also went to the bright side, meaning in his brain, because he is serving the public good. And he has this medical training that really makes him special just as a witness, not necessarily just as a lawyer, as we've just seen. But I think, Brant, the way I've studied these things and looked at all the briefs and the videos is that, there are adrenaline junkies on both sides of this issues. All the patients, the people we've seen they all have methamphetamine, they have fentanyl, and some of them have heroin derivatives in them. That's why they act like this. I believe they do have an excited delirium. But the real question is, was that why they're going to die anyway? And I think the answer is, ultimately, they had dilated cardiomyopathy and the whole ball of wax, but that wasn't why they died then. Okay.
Yeah,
I think that's not a good defense. So
no, you're exactly right. The last soundbite they showed from me was truncated. Obviously, when I said I didn't think he was going to die of that. The issue, Jim, as you pointed out, is but for the action of the police being on George Floyd's neck or putting Aguirre in a hogtie position or tasing Norman Cooper 9 times simultaneously to police. Would that person have died at that point in time? And almost all the time is no.
Yeah, and that's easy to agree with. You have somebody who's really revved up. Their heart's probably not too good. Their health isn't too good. Their blood vessels are going to be crappy, okay? And they're speeding away, and all you're going to do is make it worse. When you hogtie them, they put them, the protocol is face down, okay? Legs pull up behind them, handcuffed behind the back, and then they usually tend to kneel on them so they don't roll over and kick you or whatever. But obviously, excessive use of force is involved in this. Even just leaning on your back, it may be hard to breathe. So it's easy to see why what they're doing is injurious and is a fault. And I'm glad to see, Brand, that you're helping to champion this cause. I wish that there weren't so many billions of dollars on the wrong side of this issue, at least in San Antonio, because it sounds like that's the controlling, that's the controlling piece on the board. And I don't know what's going to take to change all this stuff, Because if they can defend themselves or blow this off and settle the case for a few $100,000 and a relatively young person, it seems like for them it's a small price to pay, but they shouldn't be able to get away with it because they're getting away with murder. Thank you, Brant.
You're right. Thank you, Jim. Thanks for all you've done. You really did a great job on this.
I think we're not going to entertain more questions at this point. So I just want to act as a reassuring person that before 4 o'clock, we're going to be out of here. I'm going to tell you that my talk could be given 5 years from now.
We're
going to
give it today. We're good.
So I think we ought to move ahead and hear what Janie Martin has to say about our good friend and colleague, Dick Whittaker. So Janie, come on up.
No illustration.
Speak in here and see.
Okay. Can you hear me? All right.
Go ahead and mute yourself, Grant.
How do we do this?
Yeah. All right. I'm going to scoot this over. There. That should. Great. No, I don't have to work anything because I'm just going to speak from my outline. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Speaker here. It says.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
if you there, they'll see you. They'll see you.
So this is not a medical presentation, but what I have heard from some of you is MSA. What is MSA? Okay. And MSA stands for multiple system atrophy, which doesn't exactly tell you a whole lot, but it is classified as an orphan disease. The incidence is fewer than 5 in 100,000 until you get over the age of 40, and then it goes up to fewer than 8 in 100,000. Normally, survival is 6 to 10 years. And after 5 years, 60% of people who have MSA are wheelchair bound. Usually they're bedridden 6 to 8 years. These are from a New England Journal of Medicine review that was published in 2015. So now to the story, and I'd like you to kind of imagine the Dick Whittaker you knew 50 years ago. So when Dick and I left Duke, we knew what our lifetime goals were. Dick was going to do biomedical research, and I was going to teach science to college students. When we got to age 60, we were really doing pretty well. About 5 years earlier, Dick had finished his major research project and grant money dried up. So he changed to being entirely clinical. He saw patients and he became kind of a specialist in IBS, inflammatory bowel syndrome. He was thrilled. When he retired, one of the fellows said, you're the IBS whisperer. Yeah. Our 3 children were out of college and they'd started on their careers. And we celebrated Dick's 60th birthday by taking a bicycling trip on the South Island of New Zealand. We had a great time. We were active. We were cycling, we were gardening, we were active in our churches, we were singing in choirs. You probably didn't know it, but Dick had a really nice baritone singing voice. And one of the things that we loved was he would sing a solo and I'd accompany him on the piano. Anyway, 60, when I turned 60, 2 years later, we were going to take another cycling trip. And on the way to New Mexico for our cycling trip, we were going to stop at places I hadn't seen, Death Valley and the Grand Canyon. Our first morning in Death Valley, Dick had a major cerebellar stroke. And so instead of having an active vacation, he spent the time in the UNLV hospital getting a thorough workup. And I was in Las Vegas finding something I could do that was not related to a casino because it's not my thing. He was told that basically that stroke was probably an anomaly and that in general, his cardiovascular system was in good shape. Still, he was on warfarin after that. He already, a few years later, 2 years later, we had 2 weddings in one summer when our 2 oldest children got married. And a couple of years after that, we started welcoming grandchildren into the family. Now, Dick already had scoliosis, probably the result of insufficient folate during pregnancy. And he was starting to be in significant back pain. He also started to have, and he already had erectile dysfunction, but you know what? That's not that unusual for people who are over 60, for men over 60. So he started having urinary issues, which he thought was probably the result of the scoliosis impinging on spinal nerves. At the age of 65, as required, he retired. And then after a month, he went back to work as a consultant because then no more attending. And he could see relatively few patients on his schedule and get paid very well as a consultant. So in 2014, his back pain was getting worse and worse. And he decided on full retirement when he finished a procedure one day, started to walk away from the table and nearly fell down. He nearly fell down because he had lost all sensation in his left foot and leg, lower leg. And so he thought, okay, time to retire. And he did. He had a diagnosis at that time of degenerative joint disease. And he thought that was the primary contributing factor to his other symptoms. So he had a urinary workup. His prostate was enlarged. He had a TERP. That didn't fix things. Further tests showed he had a neurogenic bladder, and eventually he got an artificial urinary sphincter, which reduced the UTIs. That was good, But around that time, he lost his singing voice. He couldn't sing anymore. And this was kind of hard, no more singing in choirs. And he was in a lot of pain. I would look out and see him walking in the backyard like this. And I'd say, Dick, why are you so stooped over? He said, that reduces the pain. But on the other hand, if I said, would you tell me when you're in pain? He'd say, why? You can't do anything about it. Which is true. Anyway, 5 years ago, when we came to the last reunion, he had tried all of the preliminary steps to take care of his back pain, and he had scheduled fusion surgery for the end of 2017. So that was in the plan. At that same time, his blood pressure was already erratic. He'd have these huge blood pressure swings. He told me about a study that he did on himself. Now, in our backyard, we had a significant slope. So climbing from partway down the backyard up to house level was the equivalent of climbing 2 flights of stairs. Dick did a little study on himself. He was wearing a blood pressure wrist cuff all the time. He would take his blood pressure at the bottom of the hill, climb up the steps, take his blood pressure at the top. And it would drop because with exertion, his blood pressure would drop. He had a hypothesis that his blood pressure was erratic because his back pain was causing him to secrete endogenous opioids. So he did this little study, and then he took an opioid antagonist and repeated the study, and it was exactly the same. So, this happens sometimes. So at the end of 2017, he had cervical fusion at 4 levels. And at the beginning of 2018, 2 months later, when he had completely recovered, he had a massive over 8-hour surgery on his lumbar and thoracic spine. It required 10 units of plasma, 11 units of red blood cells, and 6 liters of reclaimed blood. The scar was over a foot long on Dick. That took care of his back pain, which was a big help. But recovery from the operation was so hard. They say, okay, we want you to stand up and walk. He'd stand up, his blood pressure would fall, he'd feel lightheaded, and he had to sit down. So over and over and over again, he tried various things to try to stabilize his blood pressure so he could make the recovery. And he did eventually, but it was really obvious to me he was not doing all that well. So it was around that time that I said, okay, Dick, when do I need to call 911? And he gave me a list of about 3 situations where I should call 911. And one was 15 seconds or more of lack of responsiveness. Okay. So the night before Palm Sunday, I got up and said, Dick, I'm going up to bed. And he didn't answer. So I went over to him and I said, Dick, I'm going up to bed. And he didn't answer. I said, Dick, I need for you to tell me not to call 911. And he didn't answer. So I called 911. And the paramedics came and they got him flat on the sofa and they checked his blood pressure. It was 60/40. They said, once they had him on the sofa, he became alert and responsive. And they said, he looks okay, but we have to take him in. There's just no question. It's not an emergency. He's looking all right. We wound up spending 4 or 5 hours in the emergency department. And during that time, Dick had interesting conversations with some of the people who were on call. But, basically, once he laid down and he was, and he had an IV start and got more fluids, he was basically okay. All right. So it was around that time that I had my regular physical appointment with my primary care physician, who was also on the faculty at UCSF. And she knew Dick. So every year when I saw her at the end of the appointment, she would say, how's Dick? My recollection is that this was the 3rd time that she asked it and I started to cry. She said, I think you'd benefit from talking to a therapist. And she was right. She was totally right. That therapist was a huge support for me during the next few years. So was my church group. So were our kids. An enormous support. That summer, Dick decided that he had MSA. And he told our kids he thought he had MSA. He said, he gave me that article, the review article, and said, you should read this. It didn't tell me a whole lot, honestly. And then he had the appointment with his neurologist where I was there. And the neurologist said, you do not have MSA. No, he didn't say why, but, pretty definite. All right. So, we went on. It wasn't clear what was going on. That fall, Dick and I were in a restaurant planning to have a really special dinner and then go see a play. And Dick stopped talking to me. And so once again, I raised my voice and I finally asked a waiter to call 911. The paramedics came and got him on the floor and he became alert again, but his blood pressure at that time was 55/30. So once again, he has to go into the emergency department. We spent 4 or 5 hours in the emergency department. We got our dinners out of vending machines. And that was around the time that Dick and I decided that what I needed to do when he was unresponsive was get him on the floor. I want you to visualize Dick and imagine me getting him on the floor. I would say, Dick, I'm really sorry, but I'm going to pull you onto the floor. And every time I did it, he roused. You know, I'd get him his water bottle. He'd lie on the floor for about half an hour. And he would be okay, sort of. You know, but he had this underlying condition. He was also having trouble swallowing his food. Now, one of the problems is his mother had this problem, and it was never diagnosed why she had this problem. So in early November, he had POEM surgery, which is an endoscope is used to cut the muscle at the lower end of lower, just before the stomach. And that helped a little bit, but really not enough. And at the end of November, his neurologist sent him to see a specialist at Stanford in the autonomic system. The specialist looked him over, went through a whole workup, and then said, you have pure autonomic failure, which is in the same family as MSA, by the way. So we thought, okay, you know, we can live with that. And we went home. And then Dick started saying, I have symptoms that aren't covered by pure autonomic failure. You know, this just doesn't fit. And we basically spent a year just kind of trying to anticipate problems. If we knew we were going to be doing something moderately active, Dick would take Midodrine. But you can't take Midodrine late at night. You can't really take it before dinner, you know. And so all of our kids had the experience of being at dinner with Dick and me and having Dick spend half an hour on the floor while he recovered his blood pressure. And I had the experience over and over of just keeping an eye on him. What's going on? He never had a bad fall. He did fall. And over that year, it became harder and harder for him to get back up onto a seat and then back into his usual chair. He was using a walker all the time by the end of that year. So at the beginning of 2020, that's where we were. And Dick's last major incident in public occurred when we were on a plane coming back from visiting our kids. He didn't respond to the flight attendant. And I said, he has low blood pressure, and he spent half an hour lying in the aisle of the plane. And then he recovered, but you know, that was kind of unnerving. But with the pandemic, actually our lives became easier because we weren't going anywhere. Nobody was going anywhere. We were just like everybody else, you know, staying home, and Zoom became a big part of our lives. Dick loved Zoom. You know, it was computer. He could sit there in his chair. He could participate in his groups. He could go to church on Zoom. It was terrific. Near the end of 2020, he got a new neurologist who said, MSA is highly possible. So Dick requested consultations with the palliative care team at UCSF. And we had a couple of Zoom conversations with them, and they said, your kids can attend too, which was really, really helpful. That way our kids knew what was going on, because our youngest son lived close to us and he'd seen Dick, but the oldest two lived in a completely different part of the country. They hadn't seen Dick for over a year. They didn't really know how he was doing. At the beginning of April, Dick told me, you know, I've reviewed that paper on MSA, and that's what I have. And at the end of April, I called 911 the last time. And when the paramedics came and started chest compressions and I could stand up and think, I said what I knew Dick wanted. I said, he has a DNR. And that was it. So I will tell you that at the end of Dick's memorial service, we sang the Hallelujah chorus. When I first knew him, Dick knew the soprano part to the Hallelujah chorus because he'd learned it in a boys' choir. But he did eventually learn the bass part. Yeah. And I think of Dick now, he didn't have to go through terminal MSA. And neither did I. So that's all. Questions?
There used to be there was a commercial on television a few years ago where these guys were on an airplane, and one of them said Merrill Lynch said, and then everybody in the airplane stopped and turned their heads, and the punchline was, when Merrill Lynch speaks, people listen. And that was true for Dick. When he would say something, I was in a couple of classes with him. I was fortunate enough to be. And we would sort of chatter and talk back, but he would often in the middle of a conversation say something that kind of just, like a laser just hit the spot and was unique and very memorable and special. And I remember those moments.
Thank you. Yeah.
Other people, any Zoomers want to ask any questions of this young lady? This is your chance to be on screen again. Brant, do you have something? Sorry. Oh, come on, you guys. You're not hiding from us because we can see you. Okay, we see you. How about here? This is a degenerative neurologic disease.
It's in the same family with Parkinson's.
And cerebellar degeneration.
Yeah.
And, the basic ganglia degenerate. Those are the ones, those movement troubles, and cerebellum, causes tremor and imbalance and so forth. And
I want to say two things. One is Dick and I always felt that he was getting top level care because it was at UCSF. I still think that. And that was an enormous relief. We didn't shop around. And the second thing is, as I was preparing for this, I did a little search, and another review article has come out on MSA. It was published just a few days before Dick died. And apparently the best way to diagnose MSA now is with a functional MRI. Dick never got one. And that wasn't something his caregivers thought about. Yeah.
And this is Arnold. As I listened to you, I just kept thinking of Dick towering over me and how powerful he was. That's not saying much, but he's just such a powerful man. And I applaud you for the care that you gave him. But again, I will always remember him as somebody very powerful.
So clip us up.
Those of you who are out here not sure why he was fainting and falling down and all this kind of stuff. The third component of the syndrome has to do with the autonomic nervous system degenerating. That's the one that controls all your functions that you don't know are there. Your blood pressure, your breathing, all this. It's automatic, autonomic, it functions on its own. So normally when you stand up, your blood pressure, your blood vessels have to tighten. Otherwise the blood going to stay down in your ankles. Okay. But if they don't, which is what happens when you stand up, the blood is down in your ankles and not up here. And if you lose sufficient blood flow to your brain, guess how long it takes you before you pass out? 5 seconds. Yeah. Brother Wellman was on it. He's an honorary neurologist, by the way. Yeah. Janie, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it some time. I'm not gonna take the full time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. I just do this. I knew Janie was gonna speak before me. So this is my first slide, if I can find it. Where the heck is this thing? Oh, where is it? In here? Hold on. Let's see if I can find it on the screen top here. Get rid of somebody.
It's the nurses.
Someplace in there, right? Escape. Goodness.
General Grant.
I'll always get it here. I have to be. I got it here.
This
I got
is,
it here.
here
Here
we go. We're, as soon as this is over, we're gonna need to vacate the room and we need to get back.
Right. I gotta go. This slide. No, that's the wrong one. I'll get it. There we go. It should be in here. Number 10. All right. And I knew Janie was starting this up. How do I open this up now? I'm all confused.
Double click on it. There you go.
All right, there we go. Slideshow. Jack, you're gonna have some time. I'm not gonna take all this time. Yes, you are.
Anytime.
All right.
I'm doing it at our
Oh, come
55th.
on. I can't get it going here. There we go. All right. Slides. Here we go. I got it. Slideshow and beginning. All right. So, can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Dick was a giant that walked the halls. And, I got to move on. Right. This was our freshman class as we arrived at Duke. The copy of the intercom had Dick standing with a stack of books, almost as tall as him. How tall was he, Jane? 6'8". He was a giant. Let's see here. So, gonna work. What happened here? What did I just do? Should work. All right. Why is it not working? Okay. So you all have this handout. I'm going to take 15 minutes, Jack, and you're going to speak. The first part of the talk, my father was a scoutmaster. He taught us this survival rule of threes. You can live 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 hours without shelter, 3 days without water, and 3 weeks without food. What I'm going to talk about today is the 3 healthy survival rules to survive past 70. I gave this talk at Columbia 4 years ago. And there's no next time I come back in maybe 5 years, we'll talk about the cure for Alzheimer's, but clearly there is no cure for Alzheimer's. It is what it is. We can do a lot of stuff to help prevent it from getting worse, but I want to talk about things that you can do. So what is Alzheimer's disease? Well, Louis Alzheimer was actually a neuropathologist in Germany in the late 1900s who had a case in 1901, woman who was at home yelling and screaming up all night, a young woman. She was what? How old is she? 51 years old. And our diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease as we were medical students and residents was pre-senile dementia before age 65. Okay. And Alzheimer had a partner in Germany named Nissl. And we all know about the Nissl silver stain, and what you saw in the pathology. The only way you could diagnose Alzheimer's was look at the brain after they died. And you saw these neurofibrillary tangles, senile plaque, granulomacular degeneration. As a fourth-year medical student, we all knew that. Pre-senile dementia. Okay. Everybody has some memory problems. I'm going to skip through these things because they would take too long to go through them. So we all have forgetful moments. People get that as we get older. I do. Jim does. No, Jim's the only guy in here that doesn't have them. Okay. We do a neurologic exam. We do a mental status exam. The one they do at Hopkins is the Folstein mini mental state exam. There's a Montreal cognitive assessment. That's the one Donald Trump got a perfect score on, right? That's all. And there's also the self-administered gerocognitive exam. just to find out if somebody's having significant memory problems. This is, for example, the problem on the MMSE, drawing pentagons intersecting or drawing a clock on the self-administered general cognitive exam. As far as the genetics of Alzheimer's disease, the ones that cause early onset Alzheimer's, or that PSEN, and the one that's controversial I'm going to talk about today is the ApoE4. This is the genetic alteration my mother had. It's late onset Alzheimer's. It's not what we were dealing with as medical students. This is dementia that comes on after age 65. So my mother came down with some disease in her late 70s and died around 86. And she had ApoE4. There are things you can do to prevent yourself from getting Alzheimer's. One of the talks that's in the handout that I gave you is by Lisa Genova. She says, look at the person on your right, look at the person on your left. One of you has Alzheimer's disease. You may not necessarily get it, but you've got the genetic makeup that you could get it. This is about one in four people have this ApoE4 gene, but you don't have to get the dementia if you do the right things. That's what I want to talk about. Down at the bottom there, number 6, that's what we're going to talk about today. And I'm going to give Jack 10 minutes. We're not going to go over the treatable causes of dementia. You guys can all pull this up on the handouts that I gave you, how we diagnose dementia, the testing that we do. But the pathology is fairly well known that the microtubules break down, the little tau proteins that hold those tubules together come out and form these senile plaques that Alzheimer initial saw 100 years ago. And the pathology looks the same. And it hasn't changed any today. We still look at it and it looks the same. What we see on the brain on the workup when we do MRIs and neuroquants and SPECT scans, we see atrophy of the brain, enlargement of the ventricles, and down here at the bottom, I point down here, the hippocampus in particular shrinks. You all remember the Kavanaugh Supreme Court hearing where the woman says, they asked her, how do you know that he abused? They said, it's embedded in my hippocampus. Hippocampus is the memory center. So you see hippocampus atrophy in Alzheimer's disease. And that's what the pathology looks like grossly when you look at it. We all cut up brains when we were at Duke, and we saw the atrophy and the hippocampal atrophy. We now have special PET scans that we do that will light up this beta amyloid, Pittsburgh compound, and you can die. These are very expensive tests. We generally don't do it on everybody. And then there's this famous guy, Alan Roses. Anybody know Alan Roses? And Warren Strittmatter. This is the article they published. What was the year, guys? 1993. Warren Strittmatter, Quarter. Can you all see that? Alan Roses, I published one paper with this. We were in Stan Appel's lab at Duke. And I was working on cutting nerves to muscles and taking muscle membranes out and analyzing the muscle membranes. Alan Roses started working with red cell membranes, easier to isolate. You get rid of the hemoglobin, the contents, and you can analyze the membranes. He found a statistical correlation between this one protein in the membranes, ApoE4, where if you had this allele in your genetic makeup, your chances of getting Alzheimer's doubled from 20%. Roughly, if you live to be 80, 20% of people are going to have some significant memory problems, including us. If you have one of these alleles, it doubles to 40%. If you have both of them, it goes to 80%, depending on your numbers. Okay, some people disagree with the exact numbers. Anyway, it's pretty controversial. And, whoop, I'm going the wrong way. It's involved in composition of the membranes in the brain. And about 25% of people have an ApoE4 allele. If you got the 2, it's beneficiary of the 3, it's neutral. And I'm going to skip all this stuff. Lots of other genes. This is not certainly at all the one gene that's responsible for Alzheimer's. I want to spend a couple minutes talking about the therapy we've had. Donepezil, Aricept is the one thing that's been there since 97, something like that. It basically is a cholinesterase inhibitor, builds up acetylcholine at the nerve junction, and actually helps some people with memory, but it's not a permanent thing. It helps a bit, and then they go downhill after that. The other one is memantine or Namenda. This one came out, I think, 2003. It blocks the NMDA receptor. It's an antagonist so that the calcium doesn't come inside the cell and kill them. But it doesn't treat the exact cause of Alzheimer's. It just helps the people who have it. Nothing really treats Alzheimer's. Those are the 2 drugs we have. And the new one you all heard about came out last year, was a specific one that is a monoclonal antibody directed against the beta amyloid. This is the real cause of Alzheimer's. You know what they did? They found out, well, the brains look better. They have less amyloid plaque, but the patients don't get any better. Their memories are just as bad. They go downhill. So I've had patients beg me to put them on it. And, it's $50,000 an infusion. And no, I haven't given anybody. Have any of the neurologists in the audience using this stuff? No. So we do not have a treatment. Maybe 5 years from now, this is the way it's going to go. Eventually, we're going to have something like this. It doesn't cost too much. That will prevent the degradation that takes place. So back to my mother. This is a picture of my mother, Anna Louise Hanisch. And these are the things that you can do that there have been studies that show that if you do these, you've got a better chance of not getting the Alzheimer's dementia as you age. Keep active, get appropriate healthy diet, sleep, avoiding sedative drugs, and avoid and treat hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and diabetes. This is a really good book. My kids gave me this book for my 75th birthday. You should all get it and read it and discuss it with your family. Keep sharp, build a better brain in age, Sanjay Gupta. And his number one thing in the book is physical activity. It's the most important thing you can do as you age to keep your memory. So healthy rule of threes. Number one, I'm going to get you. You're going to have 5 minutes. Okay. Keep active mentally, watch Jeopardy, play bridge, be socially involved with your kids and your grandkids, and do some physical activity. You don't have to run marathons. You can walk, walking, 3 minutes at a time, and do that 20 times a day. Try to get your steps in every day. Healthy rule of threes appropriate. Eat a good, healthy diet. And the handout you have, it's like there's a mind diet. It's basically a Mediterranean diet, the kind of thing we should all be eating anyway. Get a good night's sleep. I tell my patients, set your alarm, set 2 alarms if you need to, but don't keep looking at that clock and seeing what time it is. If you wake up in the middle of the night, have to go to the bathroom, do that, but then just relax and sleep and take some melatonin is about the only thing. The number 3 there, a lot of people take sleeping pills, and sleeping pills are not good for your memory. Hypnotics, sedatives, benzodiazepines, anticholinergic medications, some of the antidepressant drugs, nortriptyline, amitriptyline can make your memory worse. And then finally, this is obvious, blood pressure, hypercholesterolemia, diabetes, those are going to make your memory much worse as you age and bring out the Alzheimer's. So they went back to this case of the original Alzheimer case, and they took the Al Rose's gene and said, does she have ApoE4? No, she came out to be negative, but she had this PSEN1, the one that's pre-senile dementia. She had the pre-senile, the classic, but we still call the late life dementia Alzheimer's. So it's really confusing. This is the article where they actually took her brain out of the vault in Germany and looked for the ApoE4, and she was negative for it. So in your handouts, if you don't have one, pick one up. And these are some of the references. I would say there's diets on here. There's a lot of precision medicine stuff. If you get a chance, watch this TED Talk by Lisa Genova, the author of Still Alice. Very good TED Talk. Avoid drugs that are going to make your brain worse and work on that cognitive reserve. So real fast, I'm going to do 1 minute here. That's me at medical school. You guys remember Louise and her cats. We're not together anymore. I got my wonderful Jane, the dinghy captain here. I went to Hopkins. We have Hopkins regional physicians, neurology consultants. I'm planning to retire in another couple of years. I started the Appalachian Trail 10 years ago, planning to finish in 10 years. My knee went out on Mount Musalauki, the second steepest slope on the AT 3 years ago. So I'm at the 1900-mile mark. I think I might go back, but I'm not sure. And this is my family and my dinghy captain. Between us, we have hers, mine, and ours. We have 6 kids and 9 grandchildren. And here we are at the reunion. That's my mother in memory of Anna Louise Hanisch Andrew. Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. I do want Jack to do some closing words.
Any questions?
I'll take questions out in the hall. Let Jack say something.
But I forgot my questions. I forgot.
I like to say this about that. This is.
You want to stand up here so people on Zoom can see? Come on.
Okay. You gotta turn it.
Hold on a second. Oh, I get out of here. Escape.
So-
Yeah. I'll
So
get out of here.
don't pull mine up. I want to save it for next 5 years. I want to get these people coming back. So seriously, we need to be heading over for 4:30 where we have the Hippocratic Oath. If we don't get there on time, our goose is cooked, or at least mine is, with the alumni office. And I'd like to yield my time to a very leisurely stroll on the way back. Pleasant conversations. I mean, these are some. Look, I'm trying to give you the key things that are very important. We need to just head back, relax, enjoy ourselves, have a continuation of the really terrific conversations that we have had. That's no. That's how I want to. Yes, that's a nice way. This has been great fun. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. All right, Jack. Sorry about that. All right. Anybody wants a ride? Seriously, come up here. We have cars. Anybody want a ride? Come on up to the front.
I don't even see his rugby jersey on him, like he's on the picture. And you got your poker table with you?
No.
And your MG? No?
He's going to argue with me about April E4.
No. He's the handsomest guy.